Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Okay.
I
I know it's tricky even when you miss a day.
know. It's
Um, I think Monica, Judy, I think it's Judy Day, private guardian, proposed private guardian called yesterday just about how to call into court. So just ask Yannick to, or sorry, oh my gosh, Shingai to request the call-in information, and then I said you'd forward it to her.
Yeah.
Trying to think, I just sent an email. I was talking to David Codsey, Chris Codsey's brother, because there's an application for his mother for guardianship.
Okay.
So I was calling about his mother, but he kept asking about Chris's um home visit.
Yeah. That's
So
in
I
the
just
way.
said he asked you to if you could call him to talk about it. His memory of what happened is like very because it was originally there was one planned and it was like at the very end stages, but that's right when it is really unfortunate because that's right when they cut the funding for the home visits, so like a year ago. So
Oh,
that one was like near the end stages.
yeah.
Um, yeah, but at that time there was like a very strict safety protocol because at plea it was basically like he was very like drug seeking. So they were like basically he'll spend the his care manager at plea thought he was going to spend the whole visit just trying to find drugs.
Mm-hmm.
So his brother had to agree to supervise him like at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
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 I had a meeting recently with like maybe last week or so with adult services and IHAC. And basically I put them back to on topic
Uh,
and say like, okay, so is it gonna be a home visit or from Hannah, from your emails, it sounds like the brother needs to go to him. It's like, which one is it type of thing? And so I had talked about their concerns and it's like his cigarette and cannabis intake has reduced and they're afraid that it'll increase when he gets there.
mhm.
And so Hannah said, okay, that's not enough to stop him from seeing his family and his
Mhm.
community type of thing.
Uh,
So anyways, I said, you guys need to sort that out. Plan, like put it in that form really clearly
mhm.
because that form that was sent to me was not done good, I said.
Uh,
And
it's
so like, where is he gonna be staying? At the brother's house doesn't cut it.
okay.
I need to know the name, the house number, the street, and like their contact information because if anything happens, like we need to be notified after hours of who to contact. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, they need to
Okay.
sort that out. That's what they're working on right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. Good job. Okay. Sounds good. I was gonna ask, is there a time today that works for you for Justin to come and swear off?
Hi,
Someone.
Charlotte McKenzie, you're maybe put yourself on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Agenda, no other business. So, 1 minute, 1 minute, please, 1 minute, please. You hear that? Thank you. 1 minute, please. Yes. I got a question for you. So they're having audio issues, they said?
Yeah. Can you, maybe David could give us,
Yeah, either that or like I have the microphone over there, but I'm just like for some reason I don't think so. I think they're just connected to the phone. Sounds like they might have actually just recently. But like it's right under the table facing that speaker anyway. So it's fine. I think it's just a mute issue.
are you want to- yeah.
Yeah. Why? I don't know. What do you need?
This is
You're my first priority.
in terms of that, just whenever you are talking about that negative, because I'm working
The one that's
the white laser. Yeah. Yeah. Like seeing what's on. See this.
thing we get in here.
Yeah, and
I also have to go to the airport and grab the tripod.
oh, they're here.
Well, it should be, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, after that, if I'm looking at the new agenda, it's pretty much like I don't think I'm gonna need you until lunch after that. The only thing is, the interview with him I do right now.
I'll tell them I'll figure it out. So, right? Yeah, this right here. So this one is going into a USB-C. Which is
Yeah.
that's the whole thing. Yeah. Or that line. I mean, it is supposed to be live right now. I just don't know. That's why we're doing tiny about it. So I think it just has to do with this. Like, I think it should be fine. It's just this isn't my laptop, which this is great. Hey, what's your name? Leanne. Can I borrow you for a sec? Okay. Oh,
So I'm just gonna run you through like what I'm if you want to. I think now that I'm looking at this is all gonna be a big question mark on how it's recording.
So
And a lot of
take
things have changed. So
3 hour break.
yeah. So I might keep you until lunch so we can get some interviews done, and then after that, after free for you.
Lock me
Are you
down.
bothering my time?
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'll go get BG for quick and then we want to get. Okay, so I think it's a Zoom meeting thing. Like, so we are in the meeting right now. Right?
Okay.
So I'm thinking that it is an audio. You go to like the audio. That's all I got for.
Is the meeting on right now? Or did you shut it off? Oh, you're in this one. Go to Bluetooth?
Hello, we're gonna start now. Sule, you can all help later, come back to the table. I'm gonna start our meeting. But, real quick agenda, so, I want to be able to do all what's on the agenda. I see, thank you for allowing me to co-chair. I see to all you guys coming to the South too. Welcome to the festival to the land and the whole and little hope are one people. how you don't really understand the speak on language and you post all the things together. So, okay. George is going to say something before the agenda, I think so, but I just want to say welcome and I see. George.
National Chief George McKenzie. Sorry, the National Chief. Yes, before we adopt the agenda, in the past, many meetings, it always happens where there's last minute requests to addition to the agenda. That's not a good practice. It throws things off. So, in the future, has to be in one of the bylaws in the Constitution. If we're going to introduce agenda, we have plenty of time before the date. We have lots of time for this meeting to put something forward to an agenda. At this time, we will not take last minute addition to agenda. It throws things off every time. So if you want in the future, we will discuss this later, not today. If you want something on agenda, you gotta forward ahead of time, so it's on the agenda. I want the delegation to know that. Thank you.
Merci. Thank you again, Olga. There's no translation, so I'm going to speak 5 different languages. Merci. Jorla te yin basa ko de si to sa chu go ye ka connect what ka khai ye thai ke go lu wi ku li ke de ko go de wa ka connect to jur to ne we. Been trying to get this meeting for the last 5 years. We're supposed to do a celebration 50 years of Dene Nation, that's the original plan. That's why we wanted to have it in Good Hope. So it's part of a celebration, that's why we're having a lot of dancers and celebrating Dene Nation of 50 years and lots of our past chiefs, grand chiefs that we have to celebrate them for getting us here. Probably all know who were the past chiefs that started Indian Brotherhood and right till today. I think one of the 2 chiefs that are right from the start are Brother Richard and Frank. Frank is almost 30 years and Richard about 27 years now, so that's a long time. So we really have to celebrate our leaders that have got us here. Anyway, we're going to go right to the agenda, adoption of agenda. Liz?
Thank you so much, Chair and National Chief, for your comments. I just wanted to add in the agenda. At one of our previous meetings, I had requested minutes of the 2023 Assembly minutes from the meeting that was held in Dene. I understand that it's not on the agenda and that I have requested for it to be approved. If it's not going to be added to the agenda, can I suggest that the delegation minutes from that everybody around the table can have it and understand that it's not on the agenda and that, I have for it to be approved. Review it and approve it. It's not going to be added to the agenda.
I think we do have it.
From
I think we do have it.
and understand that it's not on the agenda and that, I have for it to be approved. Review it and approve it. It's not going to be added to the agenda.
I think I printed it now, so I think we do have it. The agenda.
And that it's not on the agenda and that, I have for it to be approved.
And allow back there, who's that?
It to be added to the agenda.
I think I printed it now, so I think we do have it. The agenda.
And that it's not on the agenda and that,
Maybe on in the back.
for it to be approved.
And allow back there, who's that?
And
Got it all. Let's see. Go ahead.
West Point First Nation has a resolution at the end of the week. I was wondering if there would be time for me to speak on that.
Can you repeat it?
West Point has a resolution at the end of the week. I was wondering if there would be time for me to speak on that.
Okay. Let's see. Go ahead.
In Beavers, October. When I went up there, I didn't get it. They didn't have an agenda. Sharing it with my friend here. I think we if we don't, if there's something that we want to bring on an agenda, expand the agenda, I think we should have the opportunity. The other thing is that some housekeeping items that we should be able to mention, is that who looks after the motions and who we go see to for anything. Thank you.
Let's see, I think the staff, one of the staff is Tyler, that took some resolutions on that, so Tyler from designation. The resolution table is open, so anytime you want to do a resolution, you bring it to the table in the back there. Housekeeping, and forgot about that. The exit is right there, and the exit way in the back around, smoke hole is over here, the exit behind me, so part of the housekeeping, and must see for reminding me, sometimes people forget the little things, and you can see the exit and the fire, you exit up. And there's another way around that way too, so must see. And in the resolutions, I think it's open, so you can try to add it in our agenda in the end. So always seems to be a lot of resolutions that passed in the past, probably never passed, and I'll see.
On the agenda, we have opening comments from Chief Judge McKenzie, host, and then our AFN special guest, National Chief Cindy Woodhouse. And then we have 10:30, a presentation audit. And we have our annual report and resolution progress update. 12:30 lunch, 1:30 presentation by Jerry Cheesy, as long as the grass grows and the river flow. 2:30 p.m. Athabasca Chippewa and First Nation presentation of water concern. 3 p.m. Imperial Oil regulatory proceeding. 3:30 refreshment break. 4 p.m. at Natural Healing Lodge presentation. At 4:30 presentation by Natural Resource Canada Deputy Minister Kimberly Lavoy. 5 o'clock, Truth and Reconciliation, Maria Wilson. Closing comment at 5:30, down National Chief Mackenzie. And tomorrow, we have open prayer, open comments from our then National Chief George Mackenzie. 9:15, Dene Nation Constitution presentation discussion. 10:30, break. 10:45, Dene Nation Constitution continued. 12:30, lunch. 1:30, firearm legislation. 2 o'clock, housing. 2:30, bills C5. 3:30, presentation by the First Nation Information Government Center. 4 o'clock, caribou discussion, elders roundtable. 5 o'clock, Stephen Caffey, presentation of Dene History Book Initiative. 5:30, closing comment, Dene National Chief George Mackenzie. Day 3, open prayer, open comments from National Chief George Mackenzie. Child Welfare and Family Service. Remarks from Cindy Blackstock, First Nation Caring Society. Updates current status of final settlement agreement. Then the solution of Child and Family Service. 10:30, break. 10:45, Indigenous Policy Initiative, Public Safety. 10:30, presentation discussion with Minister Crown, Indigenous Relations Affairs, and members of Parliament. Rebecca Alty. 12 o'clock, lunch. 1 o'clock, resolution. 4:30, closing comments from the chiefs. Comments from the chairperson. Closing comments from the National Chief Mackenzie. Closing prayer. The charter. Now, pretty tight schedule. So don't get mad at me if I try to cut you off and say get to the point. I heard Norwegian, where's her? Okay. Need a mover and seconder to accept, in addition, deletion. Moved by Chief Fett. Oh.
I just have one question. I know there's resolutions on the third day, but when does a resolution close, or is there a committee?
Yeah, anytime, you're right back there, if you want to put a motion on the floor, so it's today, tomorrow, even on the last day. This time we're going by dinner time. Until we get the things on the floor, we get back to the real thing, right? Mover. No addition? Okay. Sean, Chief Sean?
Chief Sean Granger, now moved for the agenda.
Seconder? Please state your name.
Devin Felter, West Point First Nation.
Okay. All accept the agenda as this. Move the second of the agenda. I'm trying to get it passed. Yeah.
All in favor of the motion to adopt the agenda? And to shout. You can use 2 hands to agree. Merci. Motion, merci. Any against? We used to go backwards, but then now we'll do that. Any against? Dorothy. This motion passed. Merci. comment, George, Kennedy, Chief?
Lai tổng có thể mất sĩ cái khuôn này còn ta với tổng có cái điều hồ có thể để lấy chỉ đó có thể có cái gì lấy chỉ đó có thể để anh mình đoạt để lấy cái hồ chung thế đó apa sungguh tiasi saya cium, saya sungguh tia, tetapi kita ni kita bukan lebih tetapi, dia ni kami sini susu indah, ada ni indah saja, the nation. 我还得再听我的，本地的你父母，还说我地的好处，我大，我今天是第一次，我那好地我的，你跟我读一定学好，我大，我今天那是，你那在地，你那在地，你那在地我的。一做哦，第二你不在这里，我也提了那个送，还要再去，还没得那送的。是也提了的，我打的送我怎么给的？那马西那也红，多吃个也贵，人地这个也红，马西那也红的，中国一个在听的一点。我会，我从那个电脑体验都也会，拉到我会，看脑体验拉到我会，我是在找的，人家在这是，阿姨在这，那我们在这真的给我问的。asi na wude so ge wala wo ge tsada hunde thajin ye ga wazu ani ga hige hoko generation ka wo ge tsada ke tatsu lizo staff ani ko ti de no ge SAT wo ge SAT the easy generation constitution se disi 我知道，我打应该在的哈，印地的你父母我得接受，印度的你父母我得接受了后，阿姨的应该在的是 delegation， 我真的是真来的，还是 five region 我来下子的，我看 delegation 真厉害。 那是说呢，你这个好事，跟你信，那吃完看嘞，还没完上来嘞，那结婚地的嘞，那你那出来了你是完蛋，就来起的这个人啦，大的高的领的这个人啦完蛋，啊啥的该完蛋，那分这嘞。 还有一天在，你花过的那些了你，你看在新老已经好熟，但你也听到我在大的高屋顶里的，我从红我的我从那在说这的，哎呀，你可以听我给也讲的，他听得的呢，说啥的给还没有。 所以我给他起来了，现在呼吸，把我看得见起来，还没怎么这样的。At this time, I'd like to say, we're wanting to honor delegates, chiefs, elders, and special guests. Welcome to the 55th Dene National Assembly here in Fort Good Hope. We need another clap. There you go. It is an honor to be sitting before you as a national chief, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your commitment to making this journey and for being here with us, this important gathering. The assembly is remarkable as we welcome chiefs from all 5 regions of the Dene Nation for the first time in many, many years. Your presence here shows the importance of the issue we will discuss and the collective strength of our people. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to the AFN National Chief Cindy Woodhouse. Your participating further underscores the significance of this assembly and your strong and connection leadership as National Chief. So special occasion today, I'm wearing this medallion, so you know, this was given to me by the National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse. Give her a hand again, please. Thank you. Okay. We're gathered here today. We're in the area of major change needs to happen. The major change that needs to happen. The Dene Nation Constitution would help it make it happen. We know some regions have settled land claim with self-government. We honor that, we respect that. And some are outgoing with their negotiation. We will support it. We pray that it will make it happen for them too. The Dene Nation, through its new constitution, we will not step on anybody's toes. We will honor their claims. We will honor their self-government and the ones that are coming. The Dene Nation will not speak for self-government or the claim that's settled. Every region will have a claim that's somewhat different. It will not be all the same. But the direction of the Dene Nation should be aligned the same. To make that happen, we gotta revisit today's constitution. We need to modernize it to fit the reality of today's politics. Today's politics is different, but the dream, the concept is still the same, where the 5 regions needs to be united strongly as of elders when way back in the 70s have always said to us. That needs to continue. If we as a Dene Nation figure out a way how we can glue the 5 nations together to go into the future for a young generation that's going to follow us. It's time to make that move now. We can't wait. What I mean by that is the world is watching Dene Nation right now. They are waiting to see what kind of move the Dene Nation is going to make into the future. major development is on its way. Billions of dollars. You know what they are. The highways, the dam, extending the airport, road to resources to the Arctic, Mackenzie Highway. All those, it's going to be billions of dollars. The Dene nation has to be ready for that. We have to get ourselves ready for the big development that's coming, so we are a big part of it. The Dene nation needs a voice, internationally, nationally. We need a strong voice. Today, our voice is not as strong because we're somewhat fragmented. That can be fixed with the help of everybody around the table and the ones that are listening. How exciting can it be for the nation and the young generations to come if we get ourselves ready for the big development that's coming soon. We have to be the key players. All the development is going to be happening around us. It's all on major, on Dene land. We have 3 titles to the land, a heritage rights to the land. Everyone in this room have hundreds of trails on your land. So, whose land are they talking about? Whose reserves are they talking about? It's ours, yours. To make that happen, we have to join the forces. We have to figure out a way how we can work together. It could be done. I have mentioned in an organization. People are listening. An example, Nunavut. They're the strongest of our nation, NWT, because they're one nation. They're one nation. That's how strong they are. And the Dene nation needs to get there as one nation. Once we get there, then nothing will be stopping us. That's the dream that we need to think about when we talk. We all have our difference, but when we discuss, we will show respect to each other region's way of doing things. We will use each other's idea to go forward. I've said this before. I'll say it again. The Dene people, we are known for the people of the land. We are known for the people that struggled on the land, are successful on the land with their struggle. That's how strong we are. Elders keep reminding us, if you work on the land, if you step foot in the snow, and you rough it out, you're successful. You come home with a successful story. Then you are known to be the person of the land. If you want foot to be snow, you can talk about your land, because it's yours, you work on it, you struggle on it. That's how powerful the elders talk to us. So, I'm telling you, who is the government of today? It's the Dene people. We are the government of today. Because it is our land that we're talking about. It is our treaty rights land. Huge land. So, the word goes, Dene Sungkawo. I mean, the boss of the land. Doesn't go. So who is the boss of the land? It's you around the table You are the boss of the land. You are the boss, the ones that are listening on the radio. That's how powerful it is. So there's a lot of hope in all this. There's going to be lots of hope in the discussion we're going to have for 3 days. We're honored and we're excited that National Chief Cindy Woodhouse is here with us today to listen to us. And she will speak on our behalf when she needs to. So we're honored that she's here to listen to us. And I see when I'm talking, nobody's playing with their cell phone. That's very good. Keep it going. Be like that. Oh, I see it, so I'm just kidding. So to finish it off, please, to set the tune for this meeting, we'll ask our Creator, our Father in heaven, to help us, to guide us, to take steps at a time to get to where we want to go into the future for our young generations. There's lots of talent around the table back home. Today we have lots of young, educated people just waiting to take over administration. A lot of them college, university students, and we have elders to guide them. Very good, strong elders on the land to guide them. Where can we go wrong? What can things go wrong if we have that kind of people as a nation? And I'll stop there and I will touch something on when it comes to major development, child welfare, and every other topic. But once I do my little short speech, then I will lay back and I will listen more than I can talk. That's the best way to be. Just the chair take over, let him run the show. Merci for listening. When the elders say, you look around the table. When you see somebody go like this, that means you're listening. And when somebody go like this, more. And when somebody go like this, so the elders, what does that mean? That's Dene way of standing ovation. What's it true?
National Chief Host Sean Dragon. Comments?
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank Cindy Woodhouse for coming here to the community, and then the nation Grand Chief Judge Mackenzie, and all the chiefs from down the valley, and their delegates, elders, youth, and everybody for coming here to our community. It's an honor for us to host this in the National Assembly, the 55th one. It's been planned for quite a while, but a lot of things came that we couldn't control, so it's finally happening here today, and it's an honor for us to be hosting it. We're going to be having like some traditional foods and stuff like that in the back here in those tents. We're having some extra staff for night security, extra RCMP and that in the community too, to make sure everybody's safe within the community. We're going to be having entertainment every night for our guests. I'd like to thank my counselors and youth for attending this. Hope you guys have a good stay in the community, and talk to you guys soon.
Let's see, Chief Brendan, next is on the agenda, our National Chief event, Cindy Woodhouse. Proceed.
Rich, thank you so very much. Beautiful speeches this morning. I just, thank you so very much for having me. I just want to say good morning. I also want to thank Chief Frank Andrew for opening this assembly in a good way. And I'd like to thank the Toledo Dene band for the beautiful morning songs. Hearing the drum this morning, what a blessing. And I know that Ottawa can be a real bubble place sometimes, so it's really nice to be on the land. I had a good sleep. I'm sorry I didn't join you last night, but we had an 8-hour delay coming in from Ottawa to Vancouver, and then Lana and I were stuck in the Vancouver airport, and we didn't get here to Yellowknife till 3:30 in the morning the other night. So I was a little tired yesterday, but I came here and I'm so rested this morning. I don't know what it is, must be the air. I am usually a little bit tired in the morning, eat coffee. I've had coffee and I'm good and ready to go. So thank you to the land and thank you to your people. To Elder Grace Blake for that beautiful morning prayer, thank you, Chimigwech. And to Chief Sean, thank you for welcoming us to your territory, for your beautiful words and your beautiful welcoming. I also want to take just a moment, we've got one of our youngest male chief, we honored you at the assembly in December, yourself and another chief, Chief Trishelle Bun, but this is our youngest male chief in our country, and right here from the Dene Nation, so. My condolences to you as you mourn and during the sacred time with your family. My condolences to your entire nation. I want to also acknowledge that we are gathered here on the traditional territory of the Dene people here in the Northwest Territories, and you've made your home here since time immemorial. And I think that that's so important to announce. And I just want to say that I talked to Grand Chief, National Chief Mackenzie about this, but I want to thank him for his invitation to take part in this assembly and for welcoming me here. I also want to say that him and I had discussions. He had pushed hard, and we will be getting an invitation to see the King, King Charles, in the next few months, and so be one per region. And so I let George, the National Chief Mackenzie, know that, and your messaging and around that. It's a time right now where we're really, and I think I'll get into that into my remarks. But I want to acknowledge your resilience and know that I know that you've rescheduled also this assembly a few times due to wildfires in the north and elsewhere in Canada. Climate emergencies disproportionately, of course, affect our people, and we critically need emergency management and infrastructure that can support the wellness of our people in the face of climate change. So I know National Chiefs is leading that for us nationally, and we look forward to his continued work and his support on that. Thank you so very much. So I'm bringing greetings to you on behalf of the Assembly of First Nations. The Assembly of First Nations, of course, pulls together and includes over 634 strong independent First Nations from coast to coast to coast. It's been an honor to be in this role. A little bit about myself, I guess I grew up surrounded by my family and my culture in a little place called Peningutang First Nation, a few hours north of Winnipeg. I'm so blessed that I grew up with a loving mom and dad and my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother, of course, like I said earlier, 3 days a week because she was a widow, and we in a little community like this, but she didn't like staying alone after her husband had passed. So I also grew up with my mom and dad, and I had 5 brothers. And I was the only girl in there, so I had to fight with those boys all the time. But a couple of them would protect me, and the youngest one of me were the closest now. But I love my brothers very much, and I'm thankful God put me with the family that it did. And of course, watching my mom was in our community, but she was non-status at the time because her mother and her father both ditched her, and so she was just raised house to house, whoever would take her. Until my grandmother took her in, and her grandmother, her mom's mom, finally family dynamics were a little bit difficult, but finally my great-grandmother raised my mother, and I'm so thankful for her for that. So that's the one I'd spend 3 days with a week. And my mom had probably the toughest time in her community. Everything that a child could go through, my mom went through that: starvation, abuse, every type of abuse you can think of. But she was resilient, and she always prayed to God, and she always said, God, I want to make sure my children have parents. And my mom and dad raised me in an alcohol and drug-free home and a violence-free home. And I think every child deserves that, but I thank my mom for that because she overcame all odds. She's now got a master's degree in education, and she's taught for 37 years. She's still going strong. She's a principal still in one of the communities back home. But I always tell my mom, like, you shouldn't have been anything. You should have just been the lowest of the low, everything that the world threw at you. But through God, she made a different life for me and my brothers, and so I thank her so very much. My dad, of course, he comes from a long line of chiefs. My grandfather was Chief Richard Woodhouse, and as I spoke about earlier, original signatory to Treaty Number 2 in 1871. And yeah, my dad was, in a small community as well, and it was tough. It was tough growing up as a chief's daughter, but I'm glad that we made it through, and that everything that happens for a reason. And without the gift of being surrounded by my mom and dad and my family, my culture, my language, I couldn't be here today. And I also want to thank God for this Christmas season. My dad got influenza A. It's still circulating, so we have to be careful. And it really, him being older now, he's in his 70s, it almost, it really affected his lungs. And there was about 3 or 4 days there I just sat with him, and but he made it through, and him and I prayed and asked God, like, if this is your time to go, you go, but if not, that you get fully restored and healed. So last weekend, I was really, really happy and thankful because he was playing his piano at church again, and only God can do that to restore him back to full health. But be careful, wash your hands, take care of yourselves. But that's a little bit about me and a little bit how I grew up. I'll say this last part, I think, about how I grew up. I was 4 years old, and I remember my dad taking me, and he says, we're going to drive. He was counselor at the time. There was the other chief training my dad up at that point, and he said, we're going to drive to Vancouver. Nobody had planes then, or nobody had money to go on planes, and so we drove from 25 hours to get to Vancouver. But I remember the Dene Nation was there, and the Eastern people, and all these different First Nations people from coast to coast to coast. And being 4 years old, I remember, wow, like, our people are beautiful. But we were so hidden still in our culture and our ways of life that we hired dancers from Australia, I think. And so to see our drums today and to see our people dancing last night, that brings me such hope and joy, 30 years later, that we can see a different way of us being proud of who we are. That's I'm so proud of all of our people for stepping forward and saying, no more, we're not going to hide no more. This is who we are. So I just want to say that. I also want to, there's just so much to talk about. It was great to speak with each of you chiefs, and many of the chiefs from the territory during our previous Special Chiefs Assembly last month in Ottawa on unceded Algonquin territory. I also want to congratulate National Chief George on his King's Coronation Medal from the Governor General. I don't know if everybody knows that, but I congratulate you and lift you up. It was a very successful assembly. We had a record number of ministers attend. And I have to say, for the record, it was the first time that we finished the on-time resolutions. I know we have resolutions that came in later that are still sitting there, but for, probably from the beginning of time, like we finished all those resolutions on the floor, the on-time resolutions that all of you submitted. I also want to thank the Prime Minister. He participated, he took questions. And of course, chiefs, you passed 36 resolutions that will set the AFN's mandate for the year ahead. We lift up the chiefs who acted as movers and seconders for those policies, including resolutions to protect calving grounds in the porcupine caribou herd and direct funding for fiscal transfers to the Dene Nation. These statements were strong statements of self-determination and represent the Assembly when it's at its best. So I want to thank you, chiefs, for your leadership, not just at the Assembly, but throughout 2025. Together, we are navigating a rapidly changing political and economic landscape. Today, I want to talk about where we go next from the Assembly and into 2026. because the government has a packed legislative agenda ahead of the federal government, and we need to keep an eye on them. But first, I want to say a few words about sovereignty. The Arctic sovereignty of the Dene people, the sovereignty of this beautiful country, and the sovereignty of our eastern neighbors, the Greenlandic Inuit. I want to take this opportunity to condemn President Trump for his reckless threats to purchase and control Greenland. 1 year ago this week, I wrote to President Trump after his election to remind him that North America has been home to sovereign nations since time immemorial, with inherent rights to our lands, our waters, and resources that predate colonial systems. The same can be said for Greenland. So we stand with the Indigenous peoples of Greenland to determine their own futures and control over their own sovereignty. And if the Prime Minister decides to send Canadian forces to the NATO alliance in Greenland, I'm sure we have many brave First Nation soldiers that will be there at the front lines. Because First Nations, we have always been there for this country during difficult times. Right from the creation of this country, the War of 1812, our people were there. On both World War I, World War II, our people were there. On 2 Quebec referendums when they were trying to separate, our people were at the front line of that, convincing, working with those people. During the War of Afghanistan, many of our young were there. And then recently, the pandemic, our people were at the front line. So now it's another one of those times. To the south, Canada's sovereignty is under the threat from Trump. It is at his Greenland today, but we know Trump has his eye on Canada too. Sadly, in the east and in the west, Alberta and Quebec politicians are fueling new threats to Canada's sovereignty. And all around us, particularly here in the north, climate change threatens our communities and our quality of life. In response, First Nations are leading the way. We are standing up for the environment to protect all Canadians, not just First Nations. Alberta and Quebec chiefs have been the most vocal opponents of provincial separatists. All of you are at the front lines of Arctic sovereignty. And First Nations have stood shoulder to shoulder with Canadians against Trump's illegal tariffs. Because we understand it is critical in an uncertain time in this country's history. And we understand Canada is also at a crossroads in its relationship with First Nations. But we have been here before. While threats of sovereignty may be new to most Canadians, they're not new to us. Our ancestors have fought on this land to protect our rights as people and as nations. We have had to come great odds to protect our rights, our laws, our resources, and our waters. When Parliament and provincial legislatures have dishonored the Crown, we have fought in the colonial courts and we win. We keep winning. And sadly, First Nations, we keep being forced to keep fighting in court. And rightfully, we keep winning. Nothing has been given to us, and we're not going to go back from that. So this is why we will be fighting hard for you in Ottawa next month when Parliament returns. This is next week, actually. As I indicated earlier, we've got a busy year ahead. In 2025, in Huntsville last July, I met with the premiers from each of the provinces. It was a difficult meeting because they've always disrespected, and I have to remind them this, they've always disrespected national chiefs that came before me. They've disrespected First Nations. They've disrespected the Dene Nation. They go on and they speak and they leave us out of those tables. They go and meet as provinces right across the country. Where's the seat for First Nations people? And I have to remind them of that. And there was only, out of all the people sitting around, there's only 2 female premiers at that table. And of course, my staff had my notes ready to go. And there was, some strong statements towards the Alberta Premier, Danielle Smith. And I took those out because I thought I don't want to come out of the gate, as your representative, come out of the gate swinging fists at anybody. So I was really nice on my remarks. But she came at me. She had said, what's the assembly? And, you don't even have everybody there, and, all those same rhetoric. And I said, what authority do you, who are you? I said, you want to talk about authority over land somewhere? You don't even have, you're trying to sell Alberta. You don't even have land from there. That's 6, 7, and 8's land. So we kind of got into it back and forth, and I told them they were disrespectful to First Peoples of this country, that they keep inviting us over and over again, and there's never a seat there or a voice. They take us for an hour like little kids, and then they kick us out, and then they make the real decisions when it comes to $60 billion in health transfers, for instance. And that kind of governance has to stop. So thankfully, at the end of the day, it was a very tough meeting, but I held my ground and wasn't gonna go out of there without something, and they unanimously supported us to have a First Ministers meeting. And that hasn't happened since probably the 1980s. And of course, the missing piece to that was the federal government. So we had all the provinces agree that they'll meet with us during that assembly. And then during our previous assembly in December, I went to the Prime Minister in between and I said, the provinces and the assembly of First Nations agreed that you will stick with First Nations. Like, I hope that you honor that. And so during the assembly, the Prime Minister finally committed to each and every one of you that he will hold a First Ministers meeting in 2026. And so we will be holding them to that promise, because Canada has a lot of work to do to earn back your trust after ramming through Bill C5 and a really terrible, a bad budget, the recently announced budget. So I look to each and every one of you around this table. How do we structure that agenda? Of course, I've got some things I want to push on justice and policing and community safety. And we're not going to get everything. We have 100 issues. What are some things we want to fix? And I think the other thing that I'll leave as you deliberate on that with your national chief and amongst each other as well is I think we need regional approaches that each of those premiers commits with the federal government to also meet regionally. I don't think it has to be a one size fits all. I think there's some things that we could talk about nationally, but there are things regionally that you need to talk about. Have a proper meeting, federal and provincial people around the table when you talk about health and other issues. So I leave that there in a good way, and I'm open to your suggestions. And Chiefs, my phone's on to speak to each and every one of you. This meeting will also be a historic opportunity to finally address some of the systemic gaps that still exist in our society between First Nations and non-Indigenous Canadians, from healthcare and education to policing and community infrastructure. These discriminatory gaps continue to prevent First Nations from achieving our full potential. And while the recent federal budget included some investments in northern infrastructure, the truth is that we are falling behind the basics like housing, roads, internet, and cell phone access. We've heard clearly from chiefs that connectivity is critical to the prosperity of the Dene communities, and it's an integral part of closing the infrastructure gap. So we welcome this month's announcement by the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission to launch consultation on cell phone coverage gaps in Canada. We will also ensure that First Nations voices are heard loud and clear throughout that process, and make sure that Canada responds with the investments required to close the infrastructure gap. Clean water for First Nations communities will also be another priority for the Parliament session starting next week in Ottawa. While we appreciate the Prime Minister's commitment to table First Nations clean water legislation in the spring, chiefs have made it very clear that this was not good enough. Why should First Nations be forced to wait another 100 days for the government to do what they have been legally obligated to do for years? If Parliament can ram Bill C5 through in the House in 20 days, they can reintroduce strong First Nations clean water legislation at the earliest possible date. And I will be watching that because I hear there's a draft out there. And if the draft that I've seen is what they're proposing, I'm gonna go right to the Prime Minister's office. That's not good enough. I don't like the way it's written. None of you will like the way it's written, and so we'll be on top of that for each and every one of you. More delays, of course, to implement clean water legislation is an infringement on our rights and the health and well-being of all of our people. Over the fall, we worked hard to ensure also that more First Nations were heard in Parliament into the drafting of new laws. We will be doubling down on those efforts in 2026. And I say that because they do all these committee hearings and Parliament pays for the travel of that. And I think we'll continue to send those out to the Dene Nation. But it's so important that our voices are heard. I was quite irritated during one on critical minerals of Canada, for instance. They're studying that, but there was no voices of First Nations people there. So I went to Parliament right into that meeting, and I said, you need to make sure that our people are at every one of these meetings. Every issue affects our people. And no longer can we be the silenced voices. We have to be, and I can't do it alone. We need all of us. We have experts across the country that should be speaking into these committees all the time. So we'll make sure that we get those out more so than ever this year. In addition to clean water legislation and the upcoming CRTC review, This work will focus on the Indian Act's also second generation cutoff, the implementation of the federal budget, First Nations procurement, there's lots of pretendians out there, let me tell you, hate crimes, and First Nations policing and justice reform. So we have a lot of work to do in Parliament. We also have unfinished business regarding the repatriation of First Nations artifacts. And I want to thank the Pope for the new Pope for doing the right thing. And I don't know how much time I have, a few moments to talk about that, or you want me to wrap up? Keep going? Okay. So I want to thank National Chief, he had sent me and he says, you have to go to the Pope's funeral. And it was in between an election, so I went and I tried, I'm glad that I have a good working relationship with the executive around the AFN. And so they, National Chief instructed that I attend there, so I went and we were in the middle of a Canadian election. This was in April, I think it was. And of course we have one of our, Indigenous women, an Inuit woman, that's our Governor General. And so she had called and said, you gotta come with us. And yeah, of course I'll come. He came to apologize to our people in Alberta in 2022, is it 2022? And I thought, I'm gonna go and honor that man for doing the right thing, for apologizing to our people for the history of what had happened in this country to all of us. I went to day school, many of you went to res school, as I heard around this room yesterday. So I went to honor him, and it was rush seating. So there was like the VVIP section, and at the same time I was kind of irritated with Trump because our Governor General, our Canadian delegation, there was, maybe 20 of us, and we're there. And every country around the world, there's all these countries, and you see the lineup of cars, right? Every car, 2 cars per country. The US was in front of us, and here's our Governor General there, and there was the VVIP section up top where, where the Holy Father was laying in state, and up there was a seat for our Governor General. But it was rush seating, so if you got there, that's the seat that you got. And then down below was the VIP section where the rest of us would go sit, and then behind there, of course, was general seating. So we get to the Vatican, and the US makes us sit there for over about an hour and 20 minutes. Boy, I was mad. It was one of our Governor Generals disrespecting her. Like, I'm so mad at Mr. Trump, I don't even want to, So finally an hour and 20 minutes go by. We're the last to they finally move us in. We have 7 minutes left to sit down, and I felt so bad for her. She was last row, everybody's up front. That hurt me, that bothered me. How to be disrespected as a country like that around the world. And then at the so that's, I'm there with my headdress and in regalia, and all the bishops and like all these important people around the Catholic Church is sitting there in different countries, and there's rush seating down there at the VVIP section, or VIP section down below. But in the first 10 rows, nobody was supposed to have seats, but you know how these things see, when it says Dene Council, they put US signs, and they put first 10 rows, and nobody was even sitting in them, all the US flag on there, and then I felt that, so we had the delegation, a lot of older Canadians. I was the only Indian there, but there was all these Munyao, and I felt for them, and they had nowhere to sit. They were gonna push us way to the back row. So I took those US things off, all the front row there, and I got all of our Canadians to sit down, and those people, they're real happy, eh? And all the Catholic people, like the high priests from around the world, are smiling at me and waving. And so then there was nowhere for me to sit, so I went way to the back. And I said, oh God, you help me to be nice today. So I sat down, I said, we're representing our people, be nice. And I'm sitting there, and the Vatican officials came to get me, and they said, come sit up, and they put me near him, near his casket. They took me to the up me. And so I went to sit up there, and I thought, I gotta get to know these people, because the elders, you guys have passed a resolution in 2018 to bring our artifacts back. And I started, and then some of those men that took me up, I knew they were the inner people of the Pope, and I said, hey, you guys have our artifacts. You have to give us, you have our stuff. In a good way, eh? And they gave me their private emails and private phone numbers, and it was really nice. And then after that, I Trump was there and Joe Biden was there, so I said to Joe Biden, Joe, I said, say that Canada's a sovereign independent country. So we went on record, me and him and you can see it on YouTube, we got millions of views around the world. Nice to say, but I did that because Trump and his wife were looking at me with the headdress and I thought, you don't even deserve a breath from me. So I didn't even say hi. And, but I talked to Joe Biden and it was really nice. And so that was that. And then I made relationships with the Pope's inner people. And then of course the installation came. So the new prime minister was announced and was elected. And then he called me, he said, do you want to come to the installation of the new Pope? And of course the national chief and the executive says, yeah, you gotta go. So I went again and again, I talked to these people about it, about returning our artifacts. So I thanked them. And then the new Pope, there was a little bit of pushing back and forth there, and there was a little bit of games. I'm gonna be really open and honest, because at that point, there was only artifacts for First Nations and for Inuit, 2 people. And then the Canadian Council of Catholic Bishops came in, and then they had me muzzled, by the way. They said, we're not gonna give you back your stuff if you talk before December 6th. So I said, okay, whatever it takes to get our stuff back, I'll be quiet. Then I signed off on the agreement, but then they came back with another agreement and they said, oh, we found a Métis artifact from wherever it was. And I said, but that's a 60-second, because we had 61 items. Now there was a 60-second item. And then all these people from, I don't think they're First Nations, well, they're not First Nations people, are now trying to claim 4 of those pieces, but I wouldn't sign off on it. I said, I'm not signing that. And I said, all of those items are gonna come back to First Nations people. So with the exception, of course, that 60-second item, everything else, most of them are First Nations items. And so thankfully we were able to welcome them home in December. We haven't unboxed them, and there are pieces from here, from this territory. And I'll share that with the Dene national chief. But I wanna thank the current Pope for the late Pope helped us, and the current Pope fulfilled it. So I wanna thank him for that. And him and I talked, I'll be seeing him on April 9th, and I wanna give him a gift. And I don't know what to give him, but I don't know, maybe it's why I'm here today to ask for your help on that. But whatever I give him will kind of be known around the world from an artist that we want to show and uplift. And maybe I asked the Dene Nation to help me with that, and I tell him that and thank him for that on April 9th. And yeah, I guess lots to talk about on that. I also want to say that we do have to unwrap those artifacts later next month. We will be having a public ceremony in Ottawa when we do that at the museum there. But many of those artifacts, I hate even calling them artifacts, as our relatives, right? But that they come back to our people. For now, they're resting, and we will do proper ceremony and unwrap them very soon. So lots going on. There's also, I would be remiss for the female chiefs around the table, the female councillors. Minister Mandy Gall Masty and I had talked about it, and she wants to bring all the female chiefs and the female members of parliament all together with the female senators for a women's discussion in March or April. So I look forward to welcoming you there to Ottawa and ask you to carve out some time for all of us to work with all the women of this country and stand together in a good way. So I just want to say, we're stronger together, and I know that I just want to thank you all for welcoming me here, and on behalf of the Assembly of First Nations, we wish you well in 2026. We look forward to your guidance, your love, and your prayers, as always, as we do this work together. But I'm going to just close off with say this. We've got a new office at 50 O'Connor. That's your office. There's office space for you when you're in Ottawa. And there's office space there to meet. Just let our office know. And as always, no issue for your community is too big or too small for my team to try and help you. You're not alone in Ottawa. You shouldn't have to buy big firms every month to get you meetings. I can do that for you, to our chiefs. And that's what I think the AFN should be doing, making sure that those doors are open. If they're not open, that you kick them open. And that's that's what I'll be there to do as your national chief, that I'm there to work for you. And it's such an honor and a humbling moment in my life to be able to do that, so I want to thank you.
I wonder if I get somebody's trying to call me from the US. Not anybody got any questions, chiefs, or national chief. She's here all day till tomorrow, so I think she's going to go to the drum to take a picture down there beside the rabbit skin. So she's going to be on her road. But if you have any questions, anything, speak now. Okay, we'll just keep going. I guess let's see. National Chief or here. Herb.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for those very powerful remarks. The National Chief, again, we want to welcome you to our assembly here in Port Good Hope. Great that you come to our territory. This is how you find out what our people are all about. I mean, we're all one people, right from ocean to ocean and to ocean. We're all one solid people. An interesting thing that you brought up about what's happening with Trump and his aggressive moves to start taking over certain parts of the globe, especially Greenland, which is pretty scary stuff. You mentioned also that there would be an assembly or a First Minister's conference amongst all the First Nations and the Inuit and Métis, I imagine. I think what the First Nations need to do is we need to put a really strong front, and we need to stand firm against what's happening with the Trump administration. And I think if we're going to stand firm, what we need to do is we need to show this strong alliance amongst the First Nations, the Métis and the Inuit. And we've done this before. I know when I was involved in the First Minister's Conference back in the 80s with back then Pierre Trudeau, you know, the Métis, the Dene, the Inuit, that we were able to get Section 35 in the Constitution because we stood together, we stood firm. And regardless of where we all came from, we had different issues, different plights, there were different aggressive stuff that were happening across Canada. And in the meantime, you know, we were able to come together and stand firm and show this really strong front to the Prime Minister and the rest of the Premier. And because of that, we prevailed. We became what we are today. And I think what we need to do again, and it would be probably your job maybe to lead that charge, is to again bring the First Nations together, the Inuit, the Métis, and the Inuit, of course, all the other First Nations that are aligned with us, to stand firm. And the strongest weapon, I think you need to go in there, you need to weaponize yourself. The strongest weapon that you will have is the spirit of unity. That is the most powerful thing. Now, we can use words, you can demonstrate, you can stand out there and do everything you can to show the rest of the world that you're out there to protect and defend your land. But the spirit of the unity of the Dene and the indigenous people right across this country is the one that's going to prevail. And I think that's the only thing that's going to make a difference. The rest of the policies and, you know, the different positions that you'll see coming to the table, they'll smoke screen you. They'll do everything they can just to have their issues come forward. But the unity, the way that we stand together is the most powerful thing that we can demonstrate to the world. And this is our country. This is our land. And if we're going to stand before these guys here, we've got to stand there with one land, one spirit, and one mind. That's the only way that we will prevail. The rest of just water under the bridge. I think we need to go there and we need to stand firm
show that we mean business. This is our country. We will never conquer people, never. There's not 1 inch or grain of sand that we surrender. Our forefathers fought and stood for everything that they stand on today. And that's who we are. And I don't think we should back down on this one here. So with that, again, I welcome you to the great Dene Nation. Masi Chuff.
Go ahead, National Chief Cindy House.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, for your comments, absolutely, with what one land, one spirit, one mind. I take that and I'll, and as you all do ceremony, please pray for us for this meeting. And a lot of work to do to coordinate that. I also just, on a small thing to talk about with that, your work, your previous work as well, all of you, your previous work with the National Congress of American Indians. We'll be renewing our signing of our declaration of kinship, friendship, and allies. As you know, a lot of your relatives are down in the south, and I remember going to a Dene meeting in Sutena, and I remember seeing Dene Nation from way up here to my relatives and friends. They asked me to speak during Christmas time at a Dene education forum, and their language was so strong down in the south. But we're going to be signing once again the NCAI/AFN friendship agreement, and that'll be the first time US and Canada signs anything this March. You're all invited down south, and I know that National Chief will be attending with me, but I'll make sure that he shares the info, and you're all welcome to attend that signing ceremony down south with our relatives on the other side of the border. Yeah, their current border, not our border, but to show that Turtle Island, we're all one. So, thank you.
Thank you, National Chief Cindy Rose. She's going to be here for quite some time, and if you have time, talk to her and your ideas and what you need. I'm just looking at my time as the chair, so one speaker, Chief.
Just want to thank the National Chief from the South came to us. We really appreciate that. The chiefs do, I really appreciate them there. We never have like a big shot like that, and we go to the communities and really thank the leaders for that. Just a while ago in Ottawa, and that you really supported us forward. So thanks, that's how we work together. Even two communities work together, that's pretty strong. And one thing I was thinking about is, the hunting that like that, the outfitters like that, we want to make a motion on it sometime that why they shoot caribou like that for sport. We should stop that all over. They shoot too, huh? They don't eat the meat. I don't know why they shoot it for sport. They've done that in America too, huh? A big pile of bone was just like a big hill. Why did they do that? And those people that do that, maybe they made a big mistake, but nobody sees anything, just like this is left open like. And that we should make a good motion that protect all the caribou and buffalo like that. That our ancestors, they had a good life with it, and that's how we became here. And those people who who sells meat like that too? It's not right, selling meat. That's all God, the Creator, put the food there for us. And we're not supposed to give it away to somebody other nationality or something like that. That's wrong. Our people don't have not much money, and so that's how we're supposed to keep what God put there on the land for us. And I think we should make it more protected, all the native people, indigenous people. And sometimes we should make a good motion that protects all the moose and all the animals. Some outfitters, they're just shooting them for their horn. And those, I think they're just buying those outfitters, like America, coming to the land and they're paying the ENR. I think that's what is happening. So that kind of thing that we gotta keep track of it. Or they should let the people, the landowners, who were here, our grandfathers, our ancestors been around here and they made a good living out of it. And it's not to shoot it for sport. So that kind of just wanted to say in the national chief, I know Southern chiefs do we get together once in a while. It's so good to get together that sometimes if the other nationality they want to do that, they can do that in their land where they come from. They don't have to get all their freedoms in another country. And us, we're just like we're not there yet, and they impose a lot of their ways on us. And that we gotta straighten out a lot of things that is not our law, and they just imposed it on us. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you very much for coming here. Thank you, Dene National Chief, and all the visitors from Teachon and everything, all must be sure you come here, must be sure.
Chief Kushan. I'd like to move on to the next agenda. Our special guest, National Chief Cindy Woodhouse, be around, so don't be afraid. We'll see her, talk to her. She's most welcome. She's the most honorable woman, I tell you. Okay, before we go on to the next agenda, if you know, it's our National Chief, George Mackenzie, talked about the vision, the dream. It goes back to some of us who've been around for a long time, about our elders speaking, talking about the dreams. This is our land. We take control, we take ownership. We bring our young people back from university to govern our land. This is the dream of our elders and the past chiefs. So he brings that back and makes it, you feel a little bit better. But as somebody talks about unity, we bring the 5 regions back together. Once all the differences is done, we come back stronger. I really believe that. So with that, I thank you, George, for that. And wanted to thank that wanted to say also was the Chief Sean Grandjan. He did a prohibition, no alcohol and drug in the community for the whole week. That's taken over control over your community, being the government. And that's, I'd like to congratulate you for that. And secondly, I think we have another guest Chief Jesse from, I want to say Rick here, but Jesse Bushels, is Clements or? Jamie? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Oh, super okay. I see there, yeah, we had a late last night there, sorry, I kind of got in late there, but no, thank you all there, George, there, very, very powerful message there, and it's very important there that we put, like what my, Grand Chief Herb said here, we protect, we're unified, and that'll protect a lot of strength there, but like I said, I'm looking forward to all the discussions here. I'm really glad everybody made it here safely there, and we'll pray that everyone makes it home safely, but, thank you all there, Masi.
I want to call for a break, but let's keep going. Let's do the financial statement, and we'll do the resolution, the annual report, and the resolution progress update. I know you're a little tired, but is Kelly Antoine here? No. Okay. Kyle, is it Kyle? No, talking about the report. Yeah.
Kyle?
Hey Phil, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Say something?
Can you hear me, Phil? Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. Hello? My mic's moving.
Kyle,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to turn up your mic, or do you have a headset?
Yeah, I will, yeah.
Yeah. We get
Hi Leanne, is this better?
Testing the audio, Kyle, we can't hear you.
I'm gonna ask the audience to return to their seats, please.
mute on.
Hello? Can you hear me now, Leanne? Testing, Leanne, testing. Hi Phil, can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you yet.
I think you can hear me on the Zoom call, so it might just be an in-house issue.
Hold on.
Hi Phil, can you hear me, Phil? Can you hear me? No? Still no? Hello, can you? Hi.
Can you try again, Kyle?
Hi Phil, can you hear me?
Oh,
Hi. Testing, testing.
Okay, is NMP on or are we gonna do it ourselves?
MNP is here.
Great. Okay.
So it'll be Rick Bison.
Okay. So, we'll let NMP start.
It gets loud.
Brett, you ready? Yeah. Okay, NMP is going to be starting the auditing review. Is his name Rick?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, Rick, you're on.
All right. Can everybody hear me just fine? And does everybody have a copy of the statements?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so my name is Rick Bisson. I'm a partner with M&P. We're a chartered professional accounting firm it is across Canada, but our office does a lot of work up in the Northwest Territories. With me is Jordan Sluggett. She's actually a manager out of our office that managed this file for me. I want to just take the opportunity to thank Kyle and the rest of the team there at Dene Nation in helping us with the audit. Other than that, if everybody's ready, I'll start going through the audit. You good to go? Okay. So if you audit to the second page with a lot of words on it. Auditor's report.
Sorry, Rick, I'm going to ask you to pause.
Can we have attention, please, to the presentation? We're having a hard time hearing the auditor. So, please. Okay, Rick, you're on.
All righty. So if you go into your audited financial statements to the second page with a lot of words, at the top right it says MNP, at the top left it says Independent Auditor's Report. So this is our report. This is actually the only thing in this entire financial statement that is ours. The rest is your financial statement. And so what we're doing is we're reporting on your financial statements, and we've given a clean opinion, as you've had in the past. There is one paragraph referring to going concern, and that's simply because of the nature of the organization, where you're dependent, obviously, on funding from AFN and various government sources. Clean and good. So if we go to the first page, that on the very bottom in the center, it's marked page number 1. Okay, so this is the statement of financial position. So what this represents is the assets and the liabilities that the Dene Nation had on March 31st, 2025. So at the very top is all of the assets that you had, and then below that is, of course, the debts, some of which is just what we call deferred contributions, meaning contributions you received but have not yet expended. And so the net of all that is the very bottom, or sorry, second from the bottom number, where it shows a $1.2 million in brackets. So that's actually the liabilities exceed the assets by that amount. So similar to last year. So basically what you've got is your main asset that has gone up is the receivables, and the main asset or liability that's gone up is the deferred contributions, which makes sense. So what it is you've got more contributions that are owing to by various organizations. So of course you haven't spent them because you haven't got them. So that's why your deferred contributions are also up. So overall assets are $3 million, $3,090,000, which is up about $1 million from last year. And liabilities are 4.17 million, which is up from 3 million last year. Okay. So if we go to the next page, which is page 2, the very bottom says page 2. At the top, it says statement of operations. There you go. That's the one. So this is the activity that occurred for the year ended March 31st, 2025. So it's all of the revenues or the cash that's come in, and it's all of the expenses or the cash that's gone out. And so you can see the majority of the lines are very similar. There are some up, some down. So Crown Indigenous Relations, as an example, is down slightly, but First Nation Information Governance Center is up slightly. And then as well as the Government of Northwest Territories. So at the end of the day, though, you basically went from 6.7 million in receipts to 7.26 million from 2024 to 2025. And then on the expense side of the equation, the biggest variances are in the travel and in the contracted services. One's up, one's down. But at the end of the day, your expenditures are very similar to last year. 7.39 million this year, 7.08 last year. So it's up slightly. So you can see that the expenses do exceed the revenues though by 129,000. Substantially improved from last year though. Last year it was 384. And then there's some other adjustments to that. Primarily last year you got that Northwest Territory payroll tax recovery, which I remember them owing you that many years ago. So it's good that's been collected. So that brought last year's deficit down to 194 and this year to 145. Okay. So the rest of the statements are, have lots of information in them, but I'm not sure how relevant it is to you. But just if you go to one more page, to page 3, this is the statement of changes of net assets. And this just breaks down that remember I said two pages ago that there was a $1.2 million deficit. This breaks it down in that you actually have 22,000 positive in a scholarship fund, and you have $40,000 worth of assets, that's computers, desks, etc. And then the unrestricted, which is basically just operations, is where the actual deficit, of course, exists. So after that, we get into the statement of cash flows, which doesn't really give you a lot of information. And then a whole lot of notes, which if you can't sleep at night are great for that. And then when you get past that, it's all the schedules. So whether or not you guys want me to go through the schedules, it sounds like you've got a very busy agenda, so I'm guessing not. But if you do, let me know. Otherwise, if you want to give me a shout, if you've got questions when you do look at the schedules, you're more than happy to give me I'm more than happy to take the call to provide answers after this. Is there questions at this time?
Okay, thank you, Rick. So are there any questions at this time for Rick? He just finished page 3, summary. He summarized page 3. Okay. Chief Fred Sangres has a question. Not a big question.
There was a 20K for a short-term investment. I'm just wondering what kind of short-term investment is that?
Did you say short-term investment?
On page 1, he is referring to the short-term investment.
Okay, so that's listed in note 5. If we go down to note 5, we'll see that is some GICs, 2 GICs. Is that what you were asking? So that relates to the one capital item, the scholarship fund. So they've been invested in GICs just so that they're earning some interest. That answer the question?
Yes. Chief Fred says you have answered his question. Thank you, Rick.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the auditor? Chief Wright?
I don't know if this is a question for the auditor, but maybe more so for Dene Nation. Or maybe, I don't know how to say this. Who around this table, the chiefs, the delegates, who has the ultimate say in spending of Dene Nation money? What is our purpose around this table? Who, is it the chiefs, is it the delegates, is it Dene Nation staff? I don't know if that's a question for the auditor or if it's for you. I also have another question on the Arctic Tabasco Council. There is money in there that has been given to Dene Nation. And I guess my question is, where does that money go? Who represents us on the Arctic Athabasca Council? And the other one under expenses, we have almost $1 million jump from 2024 to 2025 in travel expenses. And why is it so high? I understand that this meeting, of course, and every other day, national meeting is quite expensive. But why is it so high? Why is it over, in 2024, it was 1.9 million. In 2025, it's 2.8 million. So I have those three questions.
Thank you, Chief Wright. Well, we'll first start with Rick. Rick, do you want to tackle question number 1 regarding who has authority?
I mean, I would say that would be the executive that would have the ultimate authority of where funds are spent. I mean, that's kind of a legal question, really, but that would be what I would think would be the executive.
I just add on to that as well.
Okay, go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, I would say that the overall direction and the strategic goal would be at the executive committee, and then on a each individual contribution that would be more on the directorial level, but the XCOM would have a higher level over for the directors.
That's a good point.
Okay, and the second one is for Kyle. Can you answer her question regarding the 56,000 and the AAC revenue?
I believe that, I don't have it directly in front of me, but I believe what was happening is that we had members attend they traveled for an event, and then on behalf of or with the Arctic Athabasca Council, but I can probably get you a better answer because I don't know right offhand, but it's through Lance with Trevor and his team.
Okay, okay, and then the second question, and then the last question is why has the travel amount increased so much?
Also, yeah. So the main reason is that there was 2 leadership meetings in that year versus 1 in the prior year, and then as well there was an FNIGC agreement for emergency. I call it EMI. What ends up happening there is that there's workshops and large events at and it ends up being, I think, roughly like 400,000 or something towards that. And then there was one thing that I think we may need to reclass, which I believe under Jordan's principle how we have it set up in our system is that meals is included with travel, but meals under Jordan's principle would be probably more considered program goods and services. So I think that that might be also the case here. That we might have to move. It's about 350K, but I need to confirm that. But that was something I noted late last night.
And we can certainly move that if once you determine the amount there, Kyle.
Okay, I would like to also respond to question number one, who has authority? So from all of the precedents and documents that I have been privy to over the past 6-7 years I've been with the Dene Nation, and looking at the prior years, it all points to the national chief having the final say over expenditures and revenues. And so we take direction from the national chief, and so that's it. So to answer your question, I think that is kind of like a quasi-political answer and question as well. And as for the 1 million in travel, as for the additional expenditures in travel, we have definitely had a very active year prior to, and that activity was primarily travel based regarding chiefs or executive committees, etc. Thank you. Did we answer your question, Chief Wright?
Thank you for answering those questions. Maybe for more clarification, the gentlemen that are on screen had said that the executive committee approves expenditures. I know that's not true. And I thank you for your answer saying that the national chief has ultimate authority for expenditures. I just want to know how we can get involved in controlling who spends Dene Nation money, because it is our money. And who has say on what meetings are coming up and people have to travel, and just that, the expenditures that are coming from Dene Nation. There are a lot of workshops and meetings and more so workshops that we'd like to have in enriching regions, that we'd like to access some of this Dene Nation money, but it's restricted if you say that the Dene National Chief has the only say in where the money can be spent. So maybe that's not really a question, but maybe something that we can consider. Again, what's our purpose of sitting at the table if we can't have access or say how the money can be spent? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief Wright. Elder Grace Blake, and then Chief Katsina.
Thank you. I'd like to ask about the accounts receivable. I notice in 2024 there's 1.3 million. And in this past year, 2025, there's 2.1 million. And how much of that is truly recoverable? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Elder Blake. Rick? wanna tackle that one?
Yeah, like that actually goes in the financial statements is the recoverable portion. So what we do is we have the amounts that are receivable, and then we have what we call an allowance for doubtful, which is a negative that's put against those to reduce them down to what we expect is going to be receivable. So that should be the amount that's receivable, what you see in there.
I would also like to add to that, if that's okay. During very late in March, there was two large amounts that were agreements that were signed, but we didn't receive the money until early April. One of them was $591K for housing and $306 for Jordan's principal, and then the money came in shortly thereafter. But the agreement was prior to year end, but very close to year end. So that's about 800, almost 900K that went straight to receivable, very close to year end.
Which would account for the difference from last year over this year.
Thank you. So if there was money allotted for housing, how do the regions tap into that, or can they tap into that? Thank you.
The funding, for example, from housing is based on interactive meetings with the leadership. And so some of the meetings that has occurred over the past year and a half, those funds have gone to that. Not all has been spent. So there's still flexibility, I guess, with those funds. Kyle, do you have anything else to add?
No, I think that's it. It's definitely like it's more funny towards like planning and infrastructure, that type of stuff, as opposed to like, but like it's definitely planning funding.
Yeah, it would be nice to know what the remainder amount is and how to access that. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace Blake. We will note that, and we will provide that in the summary. Next question is Chipatsina.
Thank you, Phil. For page 2, under expenses, there is bad debt recovery. Can you explain what exactly that is? It seems that we're in a hole $73,141. So what does that entail?
A bad debt recovery is actually a reverse of a bad debt. So what that means is that in a past year, I can't say off the top of my head which year, but in a past year, we recorded something as an allowance for doubtful, meaning we assume it's bad, but you actually collected it. So when you have a recovery of bad debt, that's actually a good thing. It means you collected something you didn't think you were going to collect. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure if everybody, Phil, if everybody heard that, but can you repeat what he said? Because when they're talking on the line, it's muffled and you can't hear them clearly. So if someone can repeat what he said.
So the bad debt recovery is actually a bad debt that we actually collected funds for. So it's kind of a good thing for the Dene Nation, and that's what he was referring to. So a bad debt recovery is a bad debt that we recovered. So last year we put it down as a bad debt, thinking, correction, not we, but the auditor did. But this year we collected those funds because Robert went over there and beat him up.
Okay, so that's the word that I understand is beat them up. It's good.
Okay, did we answer your question, Chief Patina? Chief? Oh, yes.
About bad debts, you know, one thing that I didn't like about Dene Nation, when I called Dene Nation about my travel, and they said only you'll get your travel once you get to Yellowknife and get on a plane. And it bothered me because it seemed like the Dene Nation don't trust their own chiefs of forwarding their travel before they leave home. As a one, I know that I was coming and my travel, even our First Nation, my First Nation, our travel was given to us before we leave home. And this didn't happen. So I don't know how many of you other chiefs out there that didn't get your travel when you got here. It's in some way insulting for me and possibly some other chiefs. I understand that you want your delegates to be here once you put your travel, they put in their name to travel to this assembly, or whatever assembly. And it's up to each individual First Nation to make sure that their leadership get there in one piece, hopefully. But at the same time, I think you gotta change the way you look at your leadership. If, in fact, a leader of a First Nation does not make it there and has got his travel, it shouldn't be imposed on other First Nation people because one or two individual First Nation did not make it there. There's reasons sometimes that happens of accidents or death in the family or whatever that cancels meetings. I mean, the meeting that you're going to. But if we want to work in unity, we have to be able to trust our own people. And if that First Nation did not get to the meeting, and you have to recover that money, then at that point, I think that First Nation you got to pay back whatever travel that was paid to that First Nation leadership. It shouldn't be held against everyone that have to travel to a meeting like this. You know, I don't like that because I felt that the First Nation, Dene Nation itself does not trust me. And I don't like that. And I don't think any of you around the table should feel like that. You're here representing your First Nation members. And I think the attitude of that should change. And I believe I will be talking to the Dene chief, because it's very important that I think we've got to learn how to work together. We've got to learn how to trust each other. And if you're sent to go to a meeting, as much as possible, try to make it there. Thank you.
Thank you. We apologize if we offended you. That wasn't the intention. Your concerns have been noted, and we will incorporate. Thank you. There was a question online, Leanne, can we get Chief Kaylee Antoine to answer this question, and then Chief Rebecca, you'll be.
Hi, Phil, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Well, I'd like to start off by just saying hello to all the leadership there. I'm home dealing with the illness, but quickly getting better. I wish I could be there around the table with you all. I'd like to thank the National Chief for his opening comments. They're very powerful, and I could feel them resonating throughout our territory. I'd also like to thank National Chief Cindy Woodhouse for her words, Masi Cho. But my question for the auditors is about deferred contributions. Specifically, the deferred contributions have increased significantly. So I have two questions. What are the specific projects that make up the largest deferred amounts? And also, are there any deferred amounts that could become repayable if conditions are not met? Such as deadlines or rules according to those specific contribution agreements. And those are my questions, Masi Cho.
Thank you, Rick.
Kyle, do you have a list of those? I don't have a.
Yeah, I can answer that. Yeah. Okay. The largest ones would be the two that came in very late. The housing, that's with about 600K. Jordan's principal of about 306K, and then ISC Child and Wellness, that was about $1 million, and that's about 2 million of the 3, I believe it is. FNDGS is another FNIGC, FNDGS, another $500,000. And I think that's the bulk of them. And under the Jordan's principal as well, there's about 400K. That's for products and services. And then on the repayable side, that could be the case. That's something that we review periodically to make sure that we don't never really want to return money. Look at other options in terms of either requesting changes to the contribution or that type of thing. So it's always possible, but we certainly try to avoid that as much as possible.
Thank you, Kyle. Rick, do you have anything to add?
Just the main reason that it's likely up as much as it is that late receipt of funds that came in right at the end of March. Because as I said earlier, you couldn't have spent them because you just got them, right? And if you don't spend them, then it is a deferred contribution until you spend them.
And
so
Rick,
I don't.
Question 2.
Sorry, what was question 2?
You said, is there any danger or vulnerability in that we may have to pay that back?
I mean, that's something that you would have to look at each one. It's Kyle talked about that a little bit as to the fact that they monitor that, because you obviously do not want to have to send funds back. It's very rare. I mean, I have seen it occur where organizations such as this have had to send back, but generally it's small amounts. And as I said, it's pretty rare. I mean, it's usually you can find places to to spend the money to satisfy the contributor sufficient enough that you don't have to send it back. And honestly, most of the contributors are generally pretty flexible as well, because I mean, they gave you the money because they wanted you to spend it.
Chief Antoine?
Muzzy Joe. Thank you, Phil. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Chief Antoine. And next question is from Chief Rebecca.
Merci. Rebecca Zo.
Sorry.
On page 3, when you look at the unrestricted class there, it says 1.1 million in debt, and then the excess of revenue, expense over revenues this past fiscal year, 144. So the debt has increased to 1.2 million. Last year, it seems like the excess over expense over revenues was 194,000. This year is 144,000. It seems like the debt keeps increasing. Usually audit financial statements, or the auditors would issue a management letter or an internal controls measure to see how that can be dealt with. I'm not asking if we, to see that, that's usually an internal management document, but when you read the notes on note 2, it says ongoing concern. These financial statements have been prepared on an ongoing concern basis, which contemplates the realization of assets and the payment of liabilities in the ordinary course of business. Should the organization be unable to continue as an ongoing concern, it may be to realize the carrying value of its assets to meet its liabilities as they become due. I don't know, I'm not an auditor and I don't know how to read audit statements generally, but that sounds like auditors are saying that there's an ongoing concern about the assets and liabilities. And I'm just, I just wanted to point that out, that the debts seem to be accumulating each year. According to the bylaws, the executive, under 4.8, the executive shall prepare a yearly budget and periodic strategic plans based on the information submissions received from the leadership for presentation at the annual meeting of the assembly. I know that would be very daunting to do, but I don't know if the assembly or the executive maybe gets presented with an annual budget with a balanced budget. Yeah, I don't, again, we don't really attend these meetings, but those are some of the things I just quickly noted from the audit statements, Missy. Just one more thing, because these needs to be understood, because leadership around the table are accountable for that, not personally, but the membership of the Dene Nation, which are the regions and the communities. So the financial situation of Dene Nation should be a concern if it's having ongoing debt issues. Masi.
Thank you, Chief Rebecca Zo. Rick?
Yeah, I mean, the going concern note that you're referring to, it isn't saying that there is a going concern, it's saying that there could be. But you're right, you're absolutely right. When you've got liabilities that exceed assets, that should be a concern. And it doesn't mean you can't find your way out of it. You can. It just means you've got to be well aware of your budgets and operate accordingly. So there is going to be a management letter, and there will be some comments provided to management. I honestly don't recall specifically what's in there, but yeah, your observation is correct. That's something that should be monitored. We're not saying this thing collapse tomorrow. That's not what we're saying at all. We're just saying that that's something that needs to be watched.
In addition, Chief Rebecca Zo, we have distributed a debt recovery plan, recently, when we handed out the financials. The last, since, the last National Assembly, the leadership passed a resolution that, the administration is to not go into a deficit. These financials were part of before that resolution. The debt recovery plan encompasses several approaches. The first is that the Dene Nation is going to take on more finance administration internally to cut costs. And there'll be myself, Damien next to me, and Robert Cook. So we'll be tackling more finance administration. We have also discontinued the lease of the Yellowknife apartment for that. We are also going to try to allocate a certain portion of our core costs to go towards the accumulated deficit. And all of the accumulated deficit prior to 2018, because most of this accumulated deficit has been accumulated prior to 2018, we are going to try to work with our federal counterparts to have it removed from our liabilities. Kyle, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that's I think that's it. Also, like since like you mentioned about the resolution, this year we're currently operating up to this point deficit free, and that is the plan for the rest of the year. As well on the budget thing, each contribution has its own budget. We do have like an ongoing budget. The difficult thing is that given that there is so many contributions, it tends to change on like a weekly basis. But that is certainly something that we prepare on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, and Wilbert?
Hi, Robert Cook here. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to assure the chief's delegation that each department has their own set of contribution agreements, and those contribution agreements are strictly adhered to. A lot of times we have discussions, okay, with these activities, will they pass auditing standards? That's our big question we always ask ourselves. As long as it passes auditing standards, follows the terms and conditions of each contribution agreement within the departments, we execute those deliverables. Yeah, sometimes we have had to put our foot down and say, no, we can't do this because it's not in the contribution agreements. But I can assure each of you, each department has the contribution agreements. They're all proposal driven, and the budget is strictly adhered to within those departments. Merci.
Chief Revesca, did we answer your question?
It wasn't really a question, but it was just an observation, and schedules 2 to 5, whoever is administering those programs, they certainly went over their budget. Just pointing it out.
Thank you. Any other questions for the auditor or administrator? Any questions online, Leanne? No. Okay, so We're just recapping the whole, document, I should say. So we have, going to Dene, did you pass these around? We have a resolution that we're gonna be circulating that's, suggested for leadership to review, possibly table, hopefully pass. One other comment I would like to just make is that, the Dene Nation administration is very concerned about next fiscal year, starting April 1st. We are hearing, through the back channels that there's going to be a 15% funding reduction across the board. And a lot of First Nations programs and funding contributions are going to be impacted. And so we are really trying to do more with less, and that's why we're going to be taking on more of the finance administration internally, which is going to take up more and more of our time away from other activities. And then the other concern we have, and the auditor kind of touched upon it, he seems quite optimistic, which I'm hoping he's accurate, is the deferred contributions. So the federal government is basically informing us that come April 1st, all the multiple years of deferred contributions or revenues is not going to be allowed like it was during COVID. So in the past, we were allowed to carry over funds year after year after year because of COVID or a number of reasons. The federal government has basically warned us through back channels that they are not going to accept deferred revenues anymore. And so because of the trickle-down effect of that in a finance administrative area, it may also cause some financial strain, and that's why we are trying to prevent that from happening. So, are there any other questions?
Just, if I, the present leadership, under the present leadership, it sounds like our national chief, George, has got a huge deficit, but under his leadership, we're quite even with the budget, right? This is a recovery plan from the previous deficit, right?
Thank you, Mr. Bacali. Yes, this accumulated deficit has been building up over 12, 15 years. Since the resolution was passed, tabled by Chief Charlie, and I believe Chief Wright seconded it, we are projecting, we are not projecting a deficit. That's hopefully what could happen. Did I answer your question, Mr. Bacali?
Okay, in that case, I'll move it. I'm just kidding. Okay, we've got our financial statement and everything else. If no other questions, please meet a mover and a seconder. You speaking or you moving?
I will move.
Hey, Massimo. I need a seconder, Sean. Chief for the group.
I'll second it.
Yeah, who got that? All in favor of financial statements? Where's your tag? There's all good? Okay. Any against? An abstention? LD? Masicho, thank you.
Must see to our auditors. They should.
Lunch is not quite ready yet. Can we keep moving? Who's doing the report? Hey, Phil. Who's doing our annual report? Yes, Chief, right?
There was another paper that was handed out on the Dene Nation financial recovery proposal. Are we going to discuss that? That could be a question to Phil.
Yes, we'll speak to that. Phil, can you come back here? We're going to talk about the recovery plan. That papers that was sent out, given out. No. Go ahead, Phil. Got Chief right here asking for it. We're going to go through the recovery plan that the paper was given out.
Does anybody not have a document that says Dene Nation Financial Recovery Proposal? So this document was prepared by the Dene Nation staff, the accounting firm EPR, and Kyle, our finance administrator. And do you want me to just go over it section by section, Mr. Chair?
Liz, you want it section by section or?
Maybe not section by section, but maybe just what Dene Nation is proposing with the debt recovery. And do you need a motion to approve that, or is it, you're just going to do it?
That's a good question. Because it doesn't really impede political direction, that's up to the leadership interpretation. So yes, I apologize that we didn't consider drafting a resolution to accept the proposal. Did I answer your question?
I see. Is that? Okay, you're off the hook now. What time is the food coming in? Do you know? Hello? Do you know when the food is coming? Okay, the food is coming, so
Sorry. Oh, it's just we're gonna set up, so let them set up and then we'll have a lunch. We're over, but at least the food is here. Might as well take a break before the lunch and then we can start eating after that. That's it. That's Kaylee Antoine, still online?
Yes.
Hello? Kaylee,
Yeah,
you still online?
I'm still here, Grand Chief. Yeah, I'm online.
Today is Kaylee Antoine's birthday, so you gotta sing my birthday song. You gotta start it out, Kaylee.
Singing me happy birthday.
Birthday.
Or
Y'all gonna sing for
Friday, but
Kaylee Antoine, it's online, so I don't know how many, he's only 16 today, so. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Elsie Joe.
Can I get your attention? Get your attention. Is that someone lost an iPhone? If you find it, please hand it to the front. Monsieur.
Hello. We're just waiting for one more tree and then we'll have lunch. I think we have duck soup and duck meat and macaroni, meat and rice. But in the back here for our visitors, they're cooking traditional food. Our guardians and RRC have the tents back there. They're cooking fish and bannock and whatever else, meat. So I think they're gonna do that throughout the day. So you guys are welcome to check it out or snack on something during the day. So we're going to say grace, and then you guys are our delegation, and then our delegates, and then our visitors, please. Thank you.
Hello. Pray and food, you guys stand up, please. Hello. I said that we pray, our Father, and then to pray out our food. It's always good to pray on food before we eat, and Mom always said that when you pray on food, you think it's not enough, but it'll be enough to feed everybody when you pray on it. It's really true. So I always believe that when we feed a lot of people, don't think there's less food. When we pray, it gets more. So we'll say the Lord's Prayer, and then we'll eat after that. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Tom, they all
Yeah, there's one right there.
Dene Nationals, Dene Nation.
Yeah. But there is one. Get out.
Well, it'll be nicer if I'm sitting. Yeah. Yeah. I'll stay this one. so basically about the size of the organization and why you figured it in the past, and then what your priorities are. Okay, does that work? Okay, would you mind putting on this mic? I'll go across.
I was just gonna sort of lay it Yeah, my apologies. I just kind of running around and started.
A large delegation to get people here, but then it's been a number of years since that happened. Does that interview correct? That is yeah. 16 of us here. And why, how does that size compare to previous years?
During the national election, but between, we have been very participating. self-governing nation. We are a government, a border of government and circuit lines in Canada, and we are high capacity government. And so we do have our own leadership. Our chief is our spokesperson, and nobody else speaks for us. And so relationships with and so we can operate that way in terms of addressing government issues and the various tables that we've created over the years. Well, the annual meeting was supposed to be in September, but because of wildfires, but one of the things that I know George is really interested in talking about was a unity of First Nations and something that we have talked about. We have which we work together on issues of common concern, and so I think we're going to have a discussion about unity amongst the Indigenous governments in the Northwest Territories. Dene is a non-profit organization and has a lot of objectives. It's still, at the end of the day, a non-profit organization. And so we rely heavily on government funding and programs. And so it's not really meeting the objectives of the indigenous communities because in the Northwest Territories there's a lot of different issues going on. And so each region is deciding for itself what they're going to do. And the traditionally have been self-governing for 20 years now. And so as I said, we're not opposed to unifying the First Nations and Northwest Territories. Treaty is not under the umbrella of Dene Nation as it is right now. And so we're open to having discussions about starting to dialogue about how we can work together on what issues.
And do you have some of those issues already have in mind?
Well, in the Northern Territories, which is very different from the rest of Canada, the provinces and the Yukon is different from the Northern Territories. The Northern Territories have a very unique political landscape, and are negotiating we have a band council system outside of the Senate and subsequently these negotiations.
Hello. There's a lot of people asking for traditional crafts. By the door there, there's a young lady, Janelle. She's reaching out to people that do crafts in the community. So if you brought some from your community and they're priced, you could bring it to her. She's gonna do the selling over there. And she's also doing a 50-50 to help her nephew for volleyball. So buy tickets, support for Arctic Winter Games. And then Lisa over here is going to be selling 50-50s. That's going towards our community activities for our evenings. Buy lots of tickets. We're just making, we had the ducks there, so we're just making oat soup with that, and I'm going to pick up some more organic.
Yeah, so in the Northwest Territories, it's very unique because of the regions are at different stages. And so we created a
you already have, I know you're starting discussions now, but do you already have an idea of what unity looks like from the individual perspective as well as maybe what
The constitution discussion in nation that we do so far is obligations under their non-community status, upgrade and modernize that. It's not talking about that. Our constitution is a document that talks about how as a country using our principles and our protocols and how we work together in the discussions and agreeing that this is how we're going to work together, honoring the words of our elders in us, and really honor our traditions. You don't need to go to the organization to do that. And so those that inform discussion happens.
and you are you confident that you have this?
I try to be very confident wherever I go, but we'll see what happens. Our work is for how Indigenous communities will look like, and that's going on. We have a lot of discussions ongoing,
One last question. Are there any outside influences or factors that are making that desire for you to be more present right now, or is that something that's happening on the ground up?
One of the things that I've learned over the years, and really love the reason why we created this own tables with however, I wouldn't say it's not easy, but coming back and we're all facing separation That makes sense. Yeah, it did. That's great. I just did
Someone from CBC. Did we
Graham, who's that gonna use it? Huh? Who's gonna be using it? That guy there? Yeah.
like
So many capabilities to the speakers.
Yeah, just do one of it. Yeah.
At least 10 minutes, we're gonna have David Gong sing for us here. So.
That was a long time ago. Yeah.
Set up this mic here.
You like playing tonight? You like playing tonight?
These guys. I'm just filming. It's my job. It's my job, dude.
There's no noise here. Oh, that's what you're doing. You guys playing tonight?
He wants to play tonight.
I don't know who's playing. I'm not playing. Who are you? John. I played the terrible stuff. That beer? No, that's good. Good. What's going on? TV tonight? You have to pluck it. It's already plucked. Yeah, but then why there's no power? No, the power's got to be on. There's no power Oh, he's trying to make that speech. Yeah. Bonnie. Richard is good.
Hey, David. David, come on, you got 5 minutes. Stop talking to George.
It's not working. You got it plugged in? Yeah. Plug it in. And this is your mic. It's a mic. This is what's this? Card. Okay, what is this? Huh? These are not being read. What? Okay, why is it's not plugged in? Okay, first you gotta get this. You gotta get this. Speakers connected. Right here. This is speaker. Check on those two.
The duck soup with oats is done for those of you that didn't eat, and there's just a little bit of banded left. Our banded maker is trying to keep up.
Another way.
Okay, so this evening, we're gonna have the feast over at the school. So I think under agenda, you're supposed to be talking. Okay, I don't know if you guys are always on time, but it says 5:30. To us, that means 6:30. I'm just kidding. We're gonna shoot to have the feast at 6:30, so it gives people time to go home, get dressed, and for another good evening of dancing. So this evening they're gonna do a demonstration and 19th expedition style, traditional style, I guess, to us. So the sapu and the kicho, they're gonna demonstrate how they do that. And then we're gonna have our young fiddlers play for us again. And then we're gonna end our evening with drum dance. So if we collect enough money, we'll have another game. Okay? See, there's boiled meat, then fried meat, and our one cook is gonna make fried bread. She's just getting her stuff ready. Our fish cutters from Dene are gonna cut up fish, so they're gonna have that around in the afternoon. Okay, that's it.
No, only get 5 minutes. All right, we all get back together. Have Jerry Cheesy doing the presentation on the slums in Glasgow and the riverfront. The water and the water. 5 minutes. Right? 5 minutes is up. Come on, sit down. Take your phone, put it in your pocket. Okay? Jerry, you're on.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jerry Cheesy. I work on the water with the Dene Nation on a contract basis. I've been working with the Dene Nation on the water issue for the past 2 years. I have to thank the National Chief George McKenzie for giving me the opportunity to work on water. In 1980, I was hired by the First Nation of Fort Hope, along with our company, to build a community hall here in Fort Hope. So I got to spend about 9 months here, way back then. Most of you probably didn't remember that, you probably weren't even born. But I was here, so we spent about 6 months building the log community hall here. We got the logs from down the river here. We got the lumber from sawmill down by Grandview. And we hired some local people to help us work on it. So I have a lot of good memories of Fort Good Hope in the Quattro Cotina territory. I spent time on the land with people taking me out. So it was a really good experience for me. So I'm very happy to be back in Fort Good Hope. I'm a really strong believer in the Dene Nation. I've always been. I've been involved with them since the 70s. And I still am a strong believer. I am not a supporter of the government of Northwest Territories. To me, they're a colonial government, and they always will be a colonial government. And you, as chief and councils of the elected people of the Dene, should never feel that you have to go talk to these colonial government bureaucrats cap in hand. We own the land. This is our land. We have treaties 8 and 11 that give us the authority to decide things for our people. And I'll believe that till the day I die. That's how strongly I believe in the Dene. I've been in elected positions before in my community. I was chief. I also was Southern Vice President of the Dene Nation a long time ago with George Cleary. So I have a lot of experience to bring to the table because I really believe that our people got to work together. Some chiefs this morning talked about unity, and I think George McKenzie also spoke about unity, and it's another topic that I really believe in. It's the one thing that's going to hold us together through hard times. And hard times are coming. Hard times are here.
My presentation on water is part of the hard times that our people are facing. I spent a long time thinking about what I was going to say to the assembly on the water report. I thought, should I make a report that's just a bureaucratic report with facts and figures, or should I try to motivate and inspire our leadership and our people about the crisis on water? And so that's where I went. I named my presentation "As Long as the Grass Grows and Rivers Flow." As long as the grass grows and the rivers flow are words taken directly from Treaties 8 and 11. These words are not symbolic. They are promises. They are law. They are commitments made to our ancestors that were meant to last forever. Today, these promises are under direct threat. For the Dene, water is life, water is law, water is our responsibility to future generations. When waters are altered, diverted, polluted, and taken without consent, it is not the land that is attacked, it is our treaty rights, our inherent rights, and our survival as Dene, protected under Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution. There is a crisis in our waters. The waters of Dene are at their lowest levels in more than 70 years. The Slave River, the Great Slave Lake, the Liard River, the Mackenzie River, the Great Bear River, Great Bear Lake, and the Peel River are all in distress. These rivers are our highways, our food sources, our medicines, and our spiritual lifelines. They sustain our communities physically, culturally, and spiritually. Without healthy rivers, Dene life cannot continue as we know it. And this crisis is not accidental. Climate change has intensified droughts, heat, wildfires, flooding, unpredictable snowfall and rainfall. At the same time, massive industrial development, particularly in the Peace and Athabasca River watersheds, has drained, diverted, and contaminated the waters that flow downstream into our territories. The oil and gas industry consumes enormous volumes of water for hydroelectric dams, hydraulic fracking, oil sands extraction, pulp mill production, agricultural and domestic use. The cumulative effects are devastating and growing. Government decisions that endanger our future. The United Conservative Party, the UCP, is the current majority government of Alberta. For decades, the Conservative government has prioritized oil and gas development as central to Alberta's economy. This commitment has come at a cost borne by downstream Dene. The government of Alberta has failed to protect the Peace and Athabasca watersheds from contamination caused by oil sands operations, oil and gas development, pulp mills, and agricultural expansion. Most alarmingly is Bill 7. This legislation that allows intrabasin water transfers between the Peace Slave Water Basin, River Basin, and the Athabasca River Basin. This decision was made without the free and prior and informed consent of Treaties 6, 7, and 8
in Alberta. This is not reconciliation. This is not partnership. This is unilateral action that violates our treaty promises. New threats, treat and release. Industry in the province of Alberta and the federal government are advancing treat and release legislation that would allow oil sands operations to discharge treated mine water directly into the Athabasca River. That water flows north into Lake Athabasca, Slave River, Great Slave Lake, the Mackenzie River, and ultimately the Arctic Ocean. Every Dene community along this river system will be affected. Once contamination is released into the watershed, it cannot be taken back. Treaty 8 in Alberta has taken action on this Bill 7. On December 22nd, 2025, the Alberta Chief Steering Committee on Technical Services, led by Chief Rupert Menine of the Tall Cree Tribal Government, Chief Sheldon Sunshine of the Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation, Chief Wilbert Hukanusa of the Dene, announced their intention to the litigation to stop the implementation of Bill 7. This legal action affirms what science already tells us. Merging river basins is ecologically reckless, scientifically unproven, and a direct violation of treaty rights to safe and reliable water. Expanding industrial pressures. Additional projects are being promoted within the Peace Slave watershed, including a proposal to build a nuclear reactor facility north of Peace River and a data center project north of Peace River as well. These projects were chosen for one reason: access to vast amounts of water and energy. Their water demands, contamination risks, cumulative impacts will further reduce water availability for downstream Dene communities. Even municipalities are now competing for water. The city of Dawson Creek in British Columbia, northeastern British Columbia, have run out of water. So they're proposing to build a 50-kilometer pipeline from Dawson Creek to the Peace River at a cost of $100 million. The full volume of water to be withdrawn remains unknown at this time. The pressure on the watershed is accelerating. Our collective response. The Dene Nation and Treaty 8 Alberta are moving forward together. A Water Memorandum of Understanding, an MOU, has been approved by Treaty 8 chiefs and will be formally signed in Fort Smith in 2026. This agreement signals unity, cooperation, and shared resolve. Beyond this, a water treaty of 2026 is being developed to bring together Indigenous governments across Canada to defend water under treaties 1 to 11 and inherent rights. This treaty calls for a collective action from the Arctic to the West Coast, from the East Coast to all points in between. Water does not recognize provincial boundaries, neither should our resistance. We are calling on the Canadian public to stand with us. In 2026, the Dene Nation Treaty 8 Alberta Chiefs will lead a water awareness and support tour across major Canadian Canadian cities. This campaign will bring truth to the public, the destruction of our land, the contamination of our waters, and the risk being imposed on future generations in the name of profit. Delegations of elders, youths, leaders, and community members will travel to the major cities such as Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Saskatoon, Winnipeg, Toronto, Ottawa, and Montreal to advocate for our protection of water and demand action. This is not just a Dene issue. This is not just a northern issue. This is a Canadian issue. Our message is clear. As long as the grass grows and the rivers flow, we will defend the water. We call on governments to honor the treaties. We call on Canadians to stand with Indigenous nations. We call on future generations to know that we did not remain silent. The water is speaking, and now we must act. So I didn't want to write a really lengthy presentation. I just wanted to give you a summary of what is going on about our waters. As I've traveled in Dene, I've witnessed the low waters that are plaguing our communities. And the reason for that is quite simple. And a lot of it is out of our control, but that doesn't mean that we stay silent. The two major rivers that flow into the Dene are the Athabasca River and the Peace River. The Peace River headwaters is the mountains of northern BC. On the Peace River, since 1968, the British Columbia government built a dam. And I was just a young boy in Fort Smith, and we were never told that a dam was being built. Within that first year, we noticed that the water had dropped because they built a reservoir and they were holding back water, and they would release water at certain times of the year. And that would impact our people traveling on the rivers and the creeks, because the water would not be as deep, and the ice there'd be overflows, and there'd be all kinds of problems. Since that time, there's been two more dams that are built on that river. The Peace Canyon Dam, and just lately that's come on stream now is Site C. Then there's pulp mills that are on the Peace River. And this latest proposal, which the Dene Nation is fighting against, is this nuclear development that they want to build. And the reason they want to build it on the Peace River is because they need water to cool the reactors. And once that water enters that system, it becomes radioactive, and it's hard to return it back to the river or the environment because it's radioactive. And I don't believe that the Dene who are downstream from this development want to live, and the future generations of our people want to live under the shadow of a nuclear accident happening. For my research, we don't think Alberta needs nuclear energy. They say they do, but we know that there's alternatives. Alberta has an abundance of natural gas, which they can generate electricity at a safer and cheaper cost. And now they also have another proposal to build a data center. And I don't know if everybody here knows what a data center is. A data center is a facility where it generates the internet. And that one too requires water. That's why they're being built on the Peace River. And again, they need water to cool the facility when it's in its process. So the Peace River is under a lot of stress. 60% of the water that we get in the Mackenzie River system comes out of the Peace River. On the Athabasca River, the headwaters of the Athabasca River are in the mountains, in the Rocky Mountains in Alberta. It's fed by what they call an Athabasca glacier. That glacier is melting. By the turn of the century, scientists tell us that glacier is going to have melted. So what does that mean? That means there'll be no more Athabasca River. So these are the kinds of issues that the Dene Nation is working on and asking for direction from the chiefs and the leadership. This is a serious issue, and it's not going to go away. We have no friends in Alberta except for the First Nations of Alberta. The UCP party of Daniel Smith is doing everything they can for their economy, regardless of the impacts that happen downstream, which affects our people and our communities. So it's really important for the leadership to understand what is happening with the water, and that we have to push back. That's why we have to stick together. The water issue is not just an issue for the KHO, it's an issue for all of our government. The Lecho, the KHO, the DECHO, the Wichin, the Sawtooth. We're all in this together. And if we stand together, we have a chance of making a major impact. We're going to have to make decisions to go to Ottawa, to talk to the Minister of Environment. And I see that there's going to be a deputy minister speaking to the Assembly tomorrow or the next day. That is something that the chiefs have got to take a strong position on and say, we want to deal with this issue because it's impacting our communities. And we have minimal chance of changing any of those things without the support of the federal government, because they have ultimate responsibility over the water. There's acts like the Species at Risk Act, the Oceans and Rivers or Act, I can't remember, where they got to protect the fish in the waters. And from the studies that we've been doing on the water, on the Athabasca River, is the water is getting warmer. So what does that mean? It means it's affecting the fish in the water.
how they grow, how they mature, etc. So it's a big issue. What has got to happen here is that we've got to take this issue by the throat as a Dene nation, and we gotta action this. I grew up on the Slave River. My parents took us on the river. We lived on the river. We hunted on the river. We gathered medicines on the river. These things have all changed. And I know you guys know about this because you guys lived on the river system too. You can't travel because the safe travel is impossible because you don't know if the ice is safe or not. You don't know if you can trust eating the fish. You don't know if you can eat the ducks. You don't know if you can trust the medicines that you gather. All these things are impacted. So I wanted to bring this to your attention because we don't talk about it enough. And it's a really serious issue to me. And the Grand Chief, George Mackenzie, feels the same way as I do. And together, the leadership of the Dene Nation and the Grand Chief, we got to take this issue on. So I have about 4 resolutions that I'm going to table in the next couple of days. I just wanted to tell you what they are. There's one resolution affirming Dene legal orders and authorizing the Dene Nation to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Treaty 8 First Nations. The second one is a resolution upholding Dene law and opposing harm to the Athabasca and Peace River systems, which is the treat and release issue. Also a resolution on the creation of a Dene Nation Water Office. And then a resolution, a framework for legal action on the failure of the GNWT transboundary water regime to protect Dene treaty and inherent water rights. So those resolutions will come before you for debate and approval in the next day or so. I just wanted to say one last thing on this treat and release. The oil and gas industry of Alberta is a really powerful lobby. And they're in bed with the United Conservative Party, who is the majority government in Alberta. And we're under the sneaky suspicion that the federal government is also on side with them about developing legislation where they can treat toxic tailings and put it into the Athabasca River, which flows north to us. This is a really serious issue. But just recently, there's 2 oil sands plants that are modernized, and we were hoping that by that it would mean that they would use less water, but what it means directly is they're going to use more water. In Alberta, on the Athabasca River, these oil sands plants don't pay for water. They use it for free. And they take a lot of it out of the river for their plants. And why they need so much water is that to produce 1 barrel of oil, they use
18 barrels of water. They use all that water through a process that separates the sand, the mud, the dirt from the bitumen. And because the bitumen, which is the oil, is such a, what they call a crude oil, it's really thick. And so the byproduct of that is what they call tailings, which is a really toxic substance. It contains about 9 or 10 different chemicals, about 50 different heavy metals, all of which are deadly to the environment and to humans. The communities of Fort Chip, the Mikisew Cree, and the Athabasca Chippewa have experienced this firsthand. They have people dying in their communities from rare cancers. Cancers that are not seen anywhere else in the world, except there. So this is a real thing. When they talk about tailings, this is what I'm talking about. And I want you guys to understand that. We gotta take this seriously. So the province of Alberta and the oil industry and the federal government are all colluding together to pass legislation that allows them to treat this tailings into what they call an industrial standard. What that means, I don't know, but I wouldn't drink it. Neither should you. And we shouldn't accept it. We gotta fight this together. So, it's a real serious issue. There's a lot of problems in our communities. I know that. And I know that we're all taking this challenge head on, but without water, safe drinking water, we're going to be in major trouble forever if we allow these people, these governments to change legislation and allow industry to do whatever they want. And because it's happening in Alberta, our people here in the Northwest Territories have little impact over there because we're not in the province. Although part of Treaty 8 is in the province, and which is part of Treaty 8 is in the territories as well. So we've got to develop a strategy on how we're going to handle this. So this is a really serious issue that we have to grapple with going down the road. I recommend to the leadership that we have the national office set up a meeting in Ottawa with the Minister of Environment and even the Prime Minister that comes down to it, because the Prime Minister now is on this mission to fast track all these projects across the country, and some of it is in Alberta. And we got to present our side of the story here and argue about why we can't agree to some of these projects happening. And I know if we don't do anything and remain silent, they're going to go ahead and do it. So I want the leadership to really take this seriously and instruct our leadership, our national office, to do everything they can in their power to make known our position on these issues. And I know the Grand Chief, George McKenzie, is capable of doing that. And we'll give them all the support we can.
So I'm open for questions. If you have any questions, if you need clarification, I'm happy to try to answer. Thank you.
I see Gary, since they begin the no translator, so I'm going to translate the whole thing from this case. Jerry to go with the condition of the Tuvala at the year. Silvertola and Pokakote. Roberta Kota is about the Gala at the two, not two sicky who any the nation of the Alia that he let it out of Kenda, Kitty, Tender bits of fire. So, one way all in that city, I keep two with over for Agoa. Silver order a henny, but I can avoid better than it to the nation at the unit and over lazy, Palaitan and Azon. You go why keep your way in the work, your motion, Yahi, silver order Agoa. It's already too long, so Lindy select the other person in the henny, he there already Lin. It told her for my whole life, they are so near. Tell you, are you in there? 2 whole hours ago. The henny, more like a car, the henny, the one he select. That the 2 much at and then why do you go and then sicky way to she actually see you as on the henny. The motion that kicks in there, with the love of work, I think a decent level. So that the third idea, so that another Magalayata. You see that tell the handy can't ace to go every issue. So there must see that he so that all I got Alayata, he could push like push on the walk away, the colleague, the circle order, I don't idea the kind of chair. The two, but I don't do under why. So we pick away a good energy. A bird that was at the lower pay, I answered the 8 minutes sooner, but I eat Sagason. A bird government daisy, so broad like those, though I answered like a day, any people who shoot and kicking out Alan, not tiny, it all cut off by Andy. Yeah, go to any, a couple of those certain to go to you. Sure, Tanawa, Kakini, well, it didn't know. So, for Langorati, you're worried to Nagorati, you're well. Okay, Negi, the good tea, yeah, Sir, I would go. You can hear Saka Bala that other way. You go all over guy, it's all. She's actually after Kitty to put us in a yellow hanging. You could his like a card, see, must see Gary, he did out of a candle. To what I have to let out that cat, must see.
Well, thank you, Jerry. Any questions for her Norwegian Grand Chief?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Jerry. Good work. Pretty scary stuff that we're dealing with. We know that that's been the case for the longest time. We've been raising these issues for eons. And I know when I first got into the leadership of the DECO that this is going back about 20 years ago, that we held one of the first watershed conferences in Fort Simpson. And it came about as a result of elders were really concerned about what they saw in the future, what was happening to our great river. And so we were able to bring together some pretty serious people from across the country.
people that worked on water around the world, and even some of the big university people that have worked in the upper watershed of the great natural watershed. And there, there was a great discussion, and of course, they've been deeply involved in trying to figure out what was going on. But a lot of the water issues in the whole watershed is being affected, and it's as a result of development. The development that goes on out the land is directly related to water. Because what happens is that as you're extracting the resources out of the land, the water is being affected. And the water then carries the abstracts or the pollution into the mainstreams, into tributaries, and then into the main watershed. And we understood that. And so, of course, the discussion then was, what should we be doing in the meantime to protect our great watershed? And the issue there was that a lot of this pollution comes from upstream, from way up there. If any of you have driven up towards Edmonton, you're going down the highway or up in the highway towards Edmonton, you get to Whitecourt, just south of Whitecourt. I think it's about 20 kilometers south of Whitecourt. And then you get into the Slave Lake area, if you ever driven that way. That's the extent of our watershed. That's where our water starts coming from. So a lot of the water comes from almost central Alberta, parts of BC, and some from Yukon and from Saskatchewan. And a lot of that water, we can raise concerns. I'm trying to figure out ways on how we can deal with this water, but a lot of it comes from another jurisdiction. Other people that are polluting the water that we here in the Deschaux and in the Great River are feeling it. And what you have then is that you have these large companies that are actually taking advantage of the water and the watersheds, making the money, taking the money, putting the money into their pockets, and then dumping the sewage, and that's what comes to us. And so we're really getting the royal shaft when we're talking about what's happening with our water. And I think what needs to be said here too is that the First Nations in the upper watershed also need to be reminded that these people that are sitting there and telling us that the water is being affected, but these people are also involved with these companies. A lot of them have joint venture arrangements with all of these companies, especially the tar sand and all the oil companies that are up in that part of the country. They have joint ventures with them. So they themselves are partly responsible. They need to understand, they need to stand firm. And if they have these arrangements with the companies, then they are just as responsible as those oil companies are, because they're taking money and allowing the water to be contaminated. So in fact, that what needs to be said is that they need to actually seriously look at their relationship with the oil companies and the water that's coming our direction. And that's where I think a lot of the problems are. These First Nations need to be telling the companies or their partners, quit dumping this garbage into the water. There's people that live downstream. And for that reason, if they don't want to abide by what First Nations are telling them, then pull out of those arrangements, get out of those deals, because the very deal that they have signed are killing us. They're killing our people and our territory and our environment. So it's harsh things need to be said to people. We're dealing with something very serious. And with the global stuff that's happening around us, it's serious, but the water that we're using here is being affected. And I think that's the issue that people need to be focused on. We in the Deschaux are doing everything we can to take care of the water, but a good portion of the Mackenzie River flows right through the center of the Deschaux territory. We've seen in the last year the water levels just
dropping like you wouldn't believe, you know, the places where even last couple of summers now, the big boats have not come through. And the very guys, the old guys that are traveling with their little small kickers up the river are hitting rocks in the middle of Mackenzie. I mean, it's just wild. This is the kind of stuff that's happening in this generation, right in front of our very eyes. And we need to do something about it. And in that show, what we're doing in the meantime on the interim is negotiating, you know, a good solid land and resources arrangement with Canada and the GNWT to make sure that we are totally in control of our territory. One of the big initiatives that we're also doing, and I think that's where we need to be going, is to seriously start looking at your sub-watersheds. When I say sub-watershed, all of you in your territories, you have these major bodies of water that drain into the Mackenzie River, like the Sawtooth. The Sawtooth is one big watershed itself. The North Slave, the Cleachon territory, they have another large body that drains into the Mackenzie River. Tusoke, they also have a large area that drains into it. The big issue right now is the South Slave, where you have the Athabasca and the Slave that's dumping a lot of the major stuff that's coming our way. So those are the issues there that we need to focus on. And of course, you know, for us in the Dachau, what we're doing immediately and what we've done already is to protect these watersheds. One of them that we have protected and, you know, we pretty well have a management system on is the whole Nahani River watershed. It used to be just a little sliver of a park, but we've expanded the entire watershed to encompass, to take in that whole South Nahani watershed. So now we have a system where we can control the water and what's happening in that watershed. Another great one that we also were able to assert our authority on is the Dene. The Dene, which is a large plateau that's probably about 3,000 feet high, just west of Hinkley Tramp, or east of Hinkley Tramp. It has a number of tributaries, Fish Lake, and a beautiful pristine area that tributaries into the Dachau. And that there we were able to create a massive protected area, which means it's almost like a tribal park. We have now a system in place where we will oversee the water, make sure that the water that comes to us is going to be pristine, clean by the time it reaches the Mackenzie River. So those are the kinds of things that we need to be doing, you know. I mean, I've been at these tables talking about water, and we hear problems. We keep hearing problems. This is the problem. This is the problem. Yes, those are the problems, but what is the solution? Give us some action. Put some action down now. Because that's what needs to happen. Is it because we're scared to deal with it? Are we afraid of government? Are we afraid of these big companies? That's not the way to approach it. You are the authority. You have the authority and you just put your foot down and tell them that this has got to stop. And that's the only way to do it. I mean, the great work that you're doing, Jerry, I talked to you about that. You're right on track, but we need to go all out. And of course, George Mackenzie, the national chief, this is one of the big issues that the Dene Nation should be standing on. I mean, we talk about all the little other issues that are happening in the other territories. Those are their responsibility. But this is a big ticket item. This is a real big one. This is one that the Dene Nation national office should be championing. They should just go all out and just hit it hard, because that's the big one. If anything, that's where you need to go with that. So again, don't be scared. This is your land. This is your water. Stand firm and don't back down. Masicho, thank you. Merci, to Willett and Ernest.
Thank you. Water is our lifeline. And each one of us around this table have the responsibility. We are stewards of this land. We need to take care of the land, the animals, the air, and the water. Water was given us through the Creator. We're supposed to take care of it. It seems to me that all these companies down south or on the river system, they use the river system as a dumping ground. We got to stop that. I suggest that we put some strong motions on the floor to activate and give Dene Nation a mandate to seek funding for all of us to sit down again, because this won't go away. We need to carry this on, carry this through. We need to send a strong message to industry that they cannot keep dumping into the river system. Because we feel it now. And we see it in the water. And someone mentioned that the water is getting browner. You can see the pollution, and it's getting warmer. The fish are not as active, they're not as healthy. So those are signs that there's something going on. And if we don't do anything about it, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. So I suggest that we put some strong motions on the floor and give Dene Nation the mandate to find funding. And let's sit down together again. So maybe sometime let's do this soon rather than later. So I suggest that we do that, because water is so important to all of us. That's our from the Mother Earth. And we cannot forget about the women out there. The women are the caretakers. The women are, they bear life, and women should be included in this. How do we tackle the water, Mother Earth water? So I suggest that we put some motion on the floor. So we need to work on the motions and to come up with funding. And let's meet sooner or later. Let's have some and send some strong messages. And like Jerry said, and I commend you, Jerry, for bringing us forward. And thank you for sort of waking us up and with the water system, because all of us are affected around this table. It flows into Great Slave Lake and affects my community, and it goes down the Mackenzie River, and it goes all throughout all your communities on the river system, and then it goes into the Arctic Ocean. So it's a major issue, and if we could be the forefront for other nations throughout Canada and the United States, saying that this is how we tackle the water system, you know, I think we're going to be, who knows, maybe we'll make history with the fight to protect our water from industry, from the pollution coming down the river system. So I strongly suggest that we put some motions on the floor, and let's seek more funding. And we need to continue this, because we got to think about our children, our grandkids, and the future generations to come, because it will affect all of us in the Northwest Territories. So much to everybody. Let's do that.
Okay, now.
One minute to go. 1 minute to go. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh. Yeah, there's a man. Let's step out together. need to pass all these motions here. Moved by Ernest, second by Bliss. Come on in. Could everybody sit down, please? We have business at hand. It's going to 15-minute break. Sit down, please. You can show your tickets later, show your stuff later, please. Everybody sit down. No wandering around, or you'll get detention. Sit down, please. Shut off the coffee machine, please. Okay, let's go, move this over to, Jerry, we got a bunch of motions so we can pass. Right, Doctor? Jerry, it's all yours.
Just a couple of comments before we get into the resolutions. One of our issues, and which is an issue that we all face, is funding. What I recall, just before the federal election, the Liberal government gave $100 million to the Inuit Association. $100 million for conservation. What did the Dene Nation get? We got nothing. So that's part of the problem. We can't sit idly by and do nothing. That's why I'm saying that, you know, part of the strategy is that you direct the national office to set up a meeting with pertinent ministers to request funding that is similar to what they're giving other Aboriginal organizations. I don't think it's fair to the Dene who are living along the Mackenzie River system and they want to protect the water and have no funding to do so. We all fight with the federal government over funding, and they all tell us, you guys are doing a good job, keep doing it, and we say, well, give us some more funding, and they always say, well, you got all the funding you need. And because we got no clout, they get away with it. That's got to change. We got to stand together. That's why we got to go to Ottawa to meet with the ministers. Not meet with the bureaucrats, but with the ministers. The keepers of the water, of which I am the co-chair of, we're holding a conference in Edmonton at River Creek because we want to gamble for funding. We're going to be holding a water conference on the tailings, the oil sands tailings, in March. Google it, come down to it if you can. We'll present the information that we require, that you might have questions on, how this affects us, strategies on going forward. The Herb Norwegian, the Grand Chief of the Dead Show, talked about action. So I have drafted up these resolutions. And I'd like to read them to you. Get a seconder, and a mover and a seconder, and then we'll pass them. This gives direction to the national office to start dealing with these issues of water.
Chief, that's right. You move? Oh. Just for the record of our minutes and everything else, can you state your name to everyone, please? Thank you.
Ms. Wright from Fort McPherson. I want to thank you for your presentation, Jerry, and comments from Branch Chief and Christina. I really feel strongly in agreement with all the words that you're saying. One of our elders that passed away, the late Charlie Snowshoe, he was a very vocal advocacy on the water and how it's affecting our Pew River and the McKinsey, the Athabasca, and the Great Lakes. I really feel strongly with your resolutions that you put forward. We do have resolutions at the end of the day on Thursday. It'll give us a couple days to review this, and if we want to add words into it, instead of reading it out to us right now and us not having, we have 4 or 5 years. Can we have time to review this?
I don't have any issue with it, that this is your assembly, and if we decide we want to do that, that's quite all right with me. I just thought that while the iron is hot to strike, but if you believe you need that time to understand it better or want to add to the resolutions, I'm okay with it.
Yep, there's a resolution that on Thursday at 1 p.m. starting. We'll give you the time for your review and give you a chance to look at it, and so we'll just move it. And Jerry?
I'm trying to do all these things in a kind of a quick manner here because our agenda is quite full. On Thursday, there's going to be a presentation here, or sorry, not on. Oh, sorry, today, 4:30. Presentation by Natural Resources Canada Assistant Deputy Minister Kimberly Lavoie on Indigenous partnerships, questions and discussions. These are the kinds of stuff that we gotta be prepared for. Come 4:30, when she comes to speak to us, we gotta ask her these hard questions about funding. Because I don't know what she's gonna say to us, what she's gonna say to the assembly. But I'm sick and tired of listening to government bureaucrats saying no to us every time we have a request for funding to carry out important work on behalf of our people. I think when this Deputy Minister Kimberly Lavoie talks about Indigenous partnership, let's take her up on that. If she's serious about partnerships, give us some funding. Thank you. So resolutions will go to Thursday. If you need any clarification, come and speak to me, and
And if you need to add something or delete something, I'm okay with that as long as it makes sense and doesn't take away from the intent of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, okay, we have, at 2:30, we have Athabascan Chippewa First Nation. Are they on?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
Just one moment while we have.
Sure.
Go ahead, but speak louder.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, good.
Good.
You can go ahead there. You're
Okay,
on.
great. Thanks very much. My name is Jay Telegdi. I'm Senior Manager of Intergovernmental Affairs for Athabasca Chippewa First Nation. I have a presentation on our action against BC Hydro. I'm going to ask for a little help from the AV department to put up my presentation because I'm unable to on my end. But first, I'd like to thank National Chief Mackenzie for allowing me to speak, as well as all the other chiefs that are there. And it was great to hear earlier AFN National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Napanek speak as well. So I'm very grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to the elder who gave the prayer. ACFN was actually supposed to be there today, but we had our flights canceled last minute. So this is the best we can do. So I apologize about that. So what I'm going to talk about is our action that Athabasca Chippewa First Nations is taking against BC Hydro. And I was actually there last year at the Dene National Assembly in Dene, where we brought this up and we asked for the help of the other nations. And they put forward a resolution and it was unanimously accepted. So we're very grateful for that. So we took that sign of support and we made a plan because a lot of you were asking, okay, we support you, but how do we do that? So in this presentation, I'm going to go over a bit about what we're going to do. So if you'd like to go to the next slide, please. So this is just some background on BC Hydro and Site C, and I know that all of you know all about it firsthand. I spoke to a lot of you last year and over phone call since that everybody is struggling with the impacts from BC Hydro, and I even went up the downriver as far as Inuvik actually, and I saw the impacts myself. I saw low water. I saw ice roads being closed early, like in Deta, like in Yellowknife. I saw communities running low on water, like in Fort Ray, where they had to pump water from one creek to another to try and supply the town. So it's definitely an issue that's taking place all within the watershed. So as we know, in the 60s, BC authorized 3 major hydro dams on the Peace River. The latest one is Site C, and they began filling their reservoir in August of 2024. And these dams have had major impacts on lowering our water levels, destroying winter roads, reducing fish and wildlife habitat, and declining the plant and wildlife biodiversity. And it's having a really big impact in our ability to practice our treaty rights and conduct our traditional way of life. So you can go to the next slide, please. So our case is based on 2 principal things: that BC Hydro was negligent and they're conducting a nuisance. So the legal definitions here. So negligence is when the dam operator fails to act with the level of care that a reasonable operator should have, and it results in accidental but foreseeable harm. So it's about conduct, including the failure to assess the impacts of the dams on the territories and rights of downstream nations. And that's absolutely what is happening, and that's what we'll seek to prove in court with your help. The other prong of our defense is nuisance, that BC Hydro is a unreasonable interference with the use and enjoyment of private land and public land. So this is not about whether the operator was careless. They could have been following every rule they could. They could have been doing everything perfectly according to the regulations that are in BC, but they're still liable for the consequences of that dam that make your life and land intolerable. Next slide, please. And I just want to mention Larry Innes, our lawyer, he's the lawyer on this case. He just joined this Zoom call. I saw him join, and so he'll be available for more legal specific questions. Okay, so more specific on negligence. So the failure to consider downstream impacts, including hanging ice, flooded cabins, washing out ice roads. So this is definitely something that's happened in the Peace Athabasca Delta. I know it's happened in your territory too. Over the past couple of years, we've had people go through the ice in trucks, in skidoos, and on foot. And in one case, they just barely escaped with their life. So that's definitely negligent, where BC Hydro is releasing too much water too fast without letting us know, and it's having a negative impact on our ability to travel safely. Flooded cabins. ACFN in 2020 had 21 cabins flooded out, including our chiefs. And it happened because BC Hydro released 4 times the maximum limit of water for 47 days straight without telling us. Even though we have agreements with them where they're supposed to notify us of this, they didn't. And it washed out 21 cabins. And of course, they're nowhere to be found when it comes time to pay reparations for this. So this is going to be a big part of our case, and I'm sure it's happened to at least some of you there as well. The other thing that they're negligent for is washing out ice roads. Fort Chipewyan is the most isolated community in Alberta. So if the ice road is washed out, it really affects us in a big way. So they're negligent to that. And like I said, when I went up north, I saw and talked to land users, and I talked to staff at some of the nations who are the community-based monitors, and they said these are all things that they're experiencing as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. The other thing they're guilty of is nuisance. So this is where they make it impossible for you to enjoy your land. So you can't maintain your ice roads because they keep getting washed out. Flooding the land makes it impossible to use. You might have some hunting grounds or harvesting grounds that are now under 5 feet of water and you can't get to them. Or high water or low water that makes travel dangerous. Like you might get stuck on a sandbar, you might get stuck behind a log jam, or there might be too much logs floating in the water and it makes it dangerous to travel. Another thing that I know you know all too well, sadly, is drying out the land, turning the forest into tinder boxes. So another job that I have with ACFN is I'm also the emergency manager. Every year we have wildfires. We've had to evacuate Fort Chipewyan 3 times in the last 5 years. And we've got members all over the place, Fort McMurray, Edmonton, other places around Alberta and the West. And they've had to be evacuated from their locations too. And we know that this happened in 2023 in August in Northwest Territories. And the first stop, a lot of the people came to was Fort Chipewyan. So we know that you're experiencing it too. And we say that BC Hydro is part of the reason why. And then finally, for nuisance reduction in habitat for plant and fish and wildlife species on which your nations rely to sustain yourself, but also exercise your rights. So that's nuisance. So if we could please go to the next page. So last year, like I said, in Dene, we were very grateful to receive unanimous support from all the chiefs and delegates for taking up this action. against BC Hydro. It was actually a very exciting and touching, meaningful moment for me to go up there and not really know a lot of people. I'm an outsider. I'm from down south in Toronto area. And I went there and everyone was united. Everyone wanted to do this. Everyone was supportive. And there was actually, before we left, the lineup to shake our hands and thank us for doing this. So we're very grateful for that. And we take this support seriously. So you wanted to know how you could support? Well, here's your options. So we'll go to the next page. It's sort of like a high to low, several different things you can do to take part in this action. So the top sort of level is you could be named as a party and you could join the lawsuit as a co-plaintiff. So you would appear in court, and this is sort of the highest level of engagement. There would be legal fees. There would be work that your maybe consultants do or your experts do to put together a case and work with us. And that's sort of the highest level of commitment, but it also means you're entitled to any of the settlement that happens. The next level would be an intervener where you would provide supporting arguments. And so say you have a elder who wants to testify about the state of the land before the dam was made. You could write that down. You could have a sworn affidavit. You could submit it. We could use it in court, as here's Exhibit A of impacts from the nations. And that one doesn't cost as much money because it was just for maybe your legal to help support you in drafting those documents. Another thing you could do would be donations. So we could take cash donations. We could also take donations in kind if your lawyers want to provide pro bono work or work in kind to support this case, or experts such as your staff. Maybe you assign a staff to work on this for the summer, and we could accept that as helping us out. And then finally, if you just want to share the data that you have, you may have a community-based monitoring program that already studies this stuff. You may have elders' testimony that you've already compiled that you can share. Send it to us and we will use it in the case, and it would strengthen our testimony. And what we want is to demonstrate to the judge that there's impacts right from the BC Alberta border all the way down, all the way up to the Arctic Circle, and all the different communities along the way. And I know every community has felt it. And it's just a matter of documenting it all to put it together to make our case. So next slide, please. So the types of evidence we'll be looking for, there's basically three types: elders' testimony, community-based monitoring data, and land user or guardian testimony. And we'll go to the next slide and I'll give you an example of each. So these are the types of questions that we would ask either any of these people. If you can go next slide, please. Thank you. What we're going to ask stuff like testifying to the pre-development state of the land, proving the impacts to land on water, animals, or human health or culture, or specifically changes to water levels and impacts of certain species, destruction of habitat and ecosystem, and the effect of meaningfully. Sorry, you skipped ahead one more. Thank you. That's good. And destruction of or impact to the exercise of treaty rights. Yes, thank you very much for highlighting that. That's the one I was speaking. So this is the information that we are going to be asking for. So how will we get started? So ACFN will be visiting Dene nations in 2026. We would like to come to all of your nations if you invite us. So what we want to do in advance is identify key elders, land users, or staff or experts who can participate. And we're going to provide you with a list of questions or the type of information that we need from you in advance so that we go there. It could be a profitable time and we could collect all the info either by affidavit or deposition, or maybe you just give us a USB with all of your community-based monitoring data on it. But we want to hear your stories, and then from that we would put together the case combined with the stories that we have in Athabasca Chippewa First Nation and have a solid case to present to the court. The other thing I should say is not just us alone. We are dealing with other nations who are interested in this. Dene, Little Red, other nations along the Peace and the Slave who are already showing their support for this and have agreed to provide help. So it's not just, we're not starting from scratch. We already have a coalition. So you'd be joining a winning team. And then we'll go to this next slide, please. So like I said, when we come to your communities, we'll have a list of questions that we'll give to you in advance and that will help you prepare. So for the elders, we'll have a question like, have you noticed changes to the landscape in your lifetime? Did your parents or grandparents talk about certain areas that are no longer accessible? That's an example of some of the questions we would have when we interview your elders, and I'm sure they have a whole wealth of knowledge to share. To your community-based monitoring, maybe your in-house team, maybe you outsource this to consultants. We would ask more specific technical details, such as how much has the water dropped in inches year over year. And to land users, we would ask stuff along the lines of, have you noticed a change in animal movement or behavior as a result of too dry or too wet environments caused by the dam? So like I said, we would give you these questions in advance so that when you come, you're prepared and we can utilize them to build a good case. So I think that's my last slide. If you want to try the next one, I think it should just be my contact. But look, we need you. We're happy to take on this fight and be the one that sort of puts her hand up and sticks her neck out to sort of take the first steps. But it's not something we could do alone. This is something that affects all of our lands. And it's something that we want to take real seriously, and we, only get one shot at it. So we want to give it our best effort. So we need your testimony. We need your elders' knowledge. We need your community-based data, and we need your land users' experience. And all put together, we can make a great case. So that's what I wanted to share. My contact info can be circulated, and I will be in touch with all of your nations to see if we can arrange these going forward. But we hope to have this portion of it complete by the end of this summer. So I will be traveling north to meet with you. So we also have Larry Innes on the line. He's our lawyer. I don't know if he wants to add something or if to the chair you want to maybe open up to questions. Up to you. But Larry, you want to go ahead if you have anything?
I think you've covered it, Jay, and hello to all the chiefs and delegates at the assembly. I'm here basically to answer any questions that come up from a more legal perspective. So, Mussy.
Can't hear you.
The sound is 30 seconds.
Can't hear you, Larry.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Any questions for you? Jay? Larry?
I'd like to offer a recommendation to the Assembly that we draft a resolution to support the ACFN as interveners, not as co-plaintiffs, and share the information that they require, such as elders' testimony, possibly data information. I think the outcome of a court case against the BC Hydro and the BC government would be beneficial to the Dene. So I'd like to recommend that the Dene, through Tyler Dempsey, draft a resolution to that effect, and we can vote on it on Thursday. Thank you.
that, we have some resolutions and we have other resolutions that's ahead of us that can be dealt on Thursday. So with that, no other questions? Thank you, Jay and Larry. Masicho. You're not listening. Okay. Where am I? Jay, you're finished. Go. What's it, Jerry? It's pretty informative for everything back there. Next on the agenda, we have Imperial Oil. Sean, Chief?
I'm gonna get Dene Casselli to present on Imperial Oil.
Please state your name.
Hello, I'm Daniel Casselli. My parents are John Casselli and Debbie Delancey. I'm Kasha Dene. I'm our chief negotiator on our self-governing negotiations and work with the leadership on several issues around our rights. So one of the issues we've been working on is Imperial Oil and the Norman Wells proven area. And I'll try to be brief, but we're asking for the Assembly support in the work we've been doing on Imperial Oil by directing the Dene National Chief to send a letter to Canada and to the regulators, something we can use in the regulatory process that supports our position. But I'll give brief background about this because Imperial Oil has been working at that Norman Wells proven area since before Treaty 11. Canada authorized them to do exploration there before they even entered into Treaty 11 with us. They've been producing oil for over 100 years now. They are considered economic rights holders in the land claim, and they were effectively grandfathered into that agreement. In the 80s, they expanded their operations when they built that Line 21 pipeline. And one of the things they did is they built, I think it's 5 or 6 islands, six artificial islands right in the big river. And there's oil derricks, like pumping oil right on top of these islands. And to support that drilling and that pumping and then get the oil out, they created probably another like 4, 5, 6 of these flow lines, they call them. And these are like giant pipes, and there's a bunch of smaller pipes inside there. So they have like electrical wires that go out to these islands. They have water and drilling fluids, and then other lines inside there that bring the oil and wastewater back. So they just kind of dredged the bottom of the river and stuck these big flow lines in there when they built these islands in the 80s. And there's been a lot of impacts over the years from Imperial Oil. Our people always talk about that, our elders talk about that. We lost a certain kind of fish, the elders call it herring, but they say there used to be thousands of these. Like this area of the river was all fish camps, like right up through the cliffs, and people would get food and dog feed. And there were thousands of these little herring fish, and after they built those islands, our elders tell us that they all started disappearing. And now, like once in a while, I'll hear someone say they caught one, but they used to get thousands. And I don't have all the firsthand experience on the land, and we don't have enough time to talk about all the impacts our people talk about, but there have been a lot of impacts. And over 100 years, we've never given Imperial Oil or Canada permission to do this. And for Good Hope, Kashuwatini, we're the first community downstream. We get our drinking water right out of the river, and we rely on that river for everything. And they've never got our permission to do this, and we're the most impacted community by being first downstream. In 2022, one of those big lines they have in the bottom of the river broke, and it released 55,000 liters of contaminated drilling water into the bed of the river. And that was a big issue for us, and that started off this whole regulatory process that we're dealing with now. So Imperial Oil has been looking for regulatory approval from Canada Energy Regulator and Saku Land and Water Board, and they want to replace that flow line. They call it line 490. We've been opposing that until they can prove that their operations are safe to us, and we got that replacement of that flow line sent to environmental assessment. We also got their overall ongoing operations sent to environmental assessment, because they need a license from the Canada Energy Regulator, and they need a license from the Saku Land and Water Board every 10 years to continue their operations. So we got their whole operation and that flow line replacement sent to environmental assessment. And a main part of our position is that they've been doing this for over 100 years without our permission. And in order to replace that flow line and continue operating, they should have our permission. They should have our free, prior, and informed consent before they can do any of this work and they can continue their operations. That's a really important thing for us, for our rights, and it's part of the position that we have been developing for years and that we've been using in this work with Imperial Oil for over 2 years now. We've been involved in these regulatory processes. And we're looking for the Assembly support on that position. It's included in a letter that should be in your binders that we drafted. That's really important to us. And another thing that is in that letter that a lot of people have brought up is that the Imperial Oil and Canada own that oil well together. Canada's a 1/3 owner. So over the 100 years they've been pumping oil, there's billions of dollars of profit, and it's gone to that company and it's gone directly to Canada. And there has not been long-term wealth generated in this region or in Norman Wells. So Norman Wells is in a situation right now where, for example, their municipal electricity comes from Imperial Oil. And the Northwest Territories Power Corporation, I believe, is in the process of getting enough capacity that the Power Corporation can give electricity to the town. That town has become very dependent on Imperial Oil, and in 100 years, there hasn't been the ability for them to continue without Imperial Oil. There's a situation where there's dependency built on that company and that operation, and we think Imperial Oil and Canada are the ones who profited off of this, and they have the responsibility to support the town of Norman Wells to transition away from Imperial Oil, because they're going to shut down soon. Like, we all know that oil's running out. Imperial Oil already started the closure process back in the 2010s, and then they walked that back and said they want to keep going for a while. So we all know that that well is closing, and the town of Norman Wells and those people shouldn't just be thrown under the bus. So that's another important issue that has come up that we included in that letter. It also talks about some of the impacts and tries to cover those briefly. So I don't want to talk for too long about this issue, but that's the background. And we really want the Assembly support for that letter. We want that letter to get sent to Canada, but we also want to be able to use it in the regulatory process. We want to put it on those regulatory registries, the public registry, and say there's Dene Assembly support for this position. And that's what we're asking for. And in addition to that, if the Assembly supports that and wants the Dene National Chief to sign off on that, I think it would also be good to have other chiefs who support it sign off on that letter, either on the same copy or we could prepare different copies. Because the more signatures that we have and the more letters we have, the more it shows the regulators that we have broad support for this. One of the issues we've run into with the regulatory system is they tell us, oh, it's just like one band or one land corporation versus the whole public. And they say, well, there's like 600-700 people in Norman Wells, and so they're bigger than just like one Dene band, right? But like Kashugo-Dene, when you include the band members, Yamaga Land Corporation members, and the Fort Good Hope Métis members, is over 1,100 people. So there's more of us than there are residents in Norman Wells. But they always try to make it sound like we're the minority and they're protecting the public. And so we want to show them that there's broad support, that there's a lot of Dene support and people who support this position. So we definitely want the letter that can be signed by the Dene National Chief at the direction of the Assembly. But we'd appreciate if other chiefs want to sign that. And also if you want like your own copy of the letter with your name, I can work with you on that too. I'm going to be around for the rest of the Assembly. Because we really want this support. We want to be able to show the regulators that we're not in isolation. It's not just the chief and our land corporation president, Joseph Tolbach, who are saying this. It's a broad position that represents a lot of people. And so we have that letter. We really want your support. We also have a resolution. And the resolution, it belongs to you guys when you pass it. So certainly if there needs to be edits to the resolution, that's the Assembly's discretion. We've worked for a long time on our position, and my request is that for the letter, we would appreciate if the letter doesn't get changed by the Assembly, because it really supports the position and the strategy that we've been developing over the past 2 years for this regulatory process. So I'll leave it at that for the presentation, and I can support the chief with questions, if there's questions from the Assembly. Aussie.
No questions for him? Move right on. We can be here anyway, so if there's any questions, let's see. So we're gonna change a little bit, gonna move right to Marie, TRC.
We have a motion here for that Norman Wells, so we'll deal that with on Thursday. You do your homework, right, Liz? Moving things around. Back shore healing is gonna be moved tomorrow. So we have a good thing here to do a presentation on your book.
I'm really glad to be here. My name is Marie Wilson. I have a lot of family in the room here today, and I have a lot of old friends. I just want to acknowledge National Chief Mackenzie and Chief Renjam and all of the community for the really warm and welcoming way that they brought us all in last night, and the meeting is unfolded today. I'm not here to ask you for anything. I'm not here to propose a resolution. I'm here because I want to acknowledge you, and I want to honor you, and I want to thank you. Earlier today, Chief Norwegian said to me, "You're looking very mature," he said. Which I know is his way of saying, "Boy, you sure look old compared to the last time I saw you." Because I've been coming to Dene assemblies for many decades, actually. And some of us around this table were just still really young people, almost as young as our youngest chief there. When we started coming to these gatherings, I was always in a very different role. I was with the media for many years as a reporter. And then I ran CBC North, some of you know that, for many years. And I worked really hard to put things like Arctic Winter Games and the True North concerts and daily television. I worked very hard to make all those things happen as one way that I could contribute to trying to respect all of you and your homelands and your aspirations. I was thinking last night when we were in this hall, I'm so mature that I've danced in 3 different community halls in this very community. And the first one was so old that the whole floor moved up and down when the jigging happened. And then I danced many times in the beautiful log complex that Jerry Cheesy was referencing earlier, and those who were around building that, and my own father was here at the time and did some sawing of logs that contributed to that. And of course, this beautiful hall. Some of my fondest early memories are carrying our little baby around in a moss bag in this community made by the late Judy Lafferty and gifted to me. And I think about the many elders and family members and others from this community who have welcomed me over the years and been kind to me and taught me things. And I feel the presence of all of them in this room here today. But as I think you all know, but if anyone doesn't, and perhaps some of the younger ones don't know, I'm married to Stephen Packfrey, and this is his hometown, and we lived here for years together and have always come and gone from here as extended family. But as I look around the table, I see so many of you in the roles that you played more recently, and in the role that I played more recently as one of the commissioners of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. And I look at Chief Frank Andrew, and I remember very, very fondly the hearings that we held in Tulupa. In fact, it was my birthday, and I remember your community celebrating me on that day with a cake this big that fed, I don't know how many 100 people, but we managed for everyone to get a bite of it. And I remember being in Geshokon, well, you were not the chief at the time, but Travis Gazol, I remember being in your community in beautiful hearings there. And in Aklavik, and in Inuvik, where we held one of our 7 national events. And that event being the theme of courage. And I remember people from this community and farther away coming down the Mackenzie River by boat and showing the rest of the North how to live on the land and be comfortable with it and not complain about accommodation, and how to support each other and take care of each other and feed each other in a good way. And I was thinking about all of that last night when the same spirit was in this room. I was one of the 3 commissioners, and I know we've all heard a lot over the last year and have all felt the loss of our chair, Murray Sinclair. But there were 3 of us, and Chief Wilton Littlechild was my colleague also. We were designed as a 3-legged stool, and we really needed to support each other in order to stand through the work of the commission, which carried on starting in 2009 and finishing in 2015, so 6.5 years. And here we are now 10 years later. And I'm not going to try to summarize all of the calls to action of our work. I think it's pretty well known, but I do encourage any of the younger ones, if they missed the experience of the commission, to try at the very least to read all of those calls to action and the summary report. But what's most important about the story of residential schools as it relates to all of you is that you are the heroes of that story. And there are more survivors per capita in this part of the North than there are anywhere else in the country. We collected more statements from the North, almost 7,000 statements altogether. 1,000 of those were from the North. And so you had a huge influence as experts on what happened in the schools and what did the country need to learn about that experience and what do we need to do about it. Well, what does any of that have to do with the book? Well, it has to do with the fact that we are all aging. And I don't want anyone to ever forget the courage it took. And today you've heard a lot about courage in your excellent presentations and the courage you're being called to bring forth again, and the unity and the power of collective voice, which is what took Canada and the churches to court, which is what led to the creation of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And that's what created the opportunity for you to speak as experts and talk about what has happened and what is still happening and what needs to be done. And I didn't want any of that to get distorted or forgotten, either for our children or grandchildren, or for those who are taking credit for things now that they were not the ones to make happen. And so I thought, what can I do? And I know no one's going to read a 10-volume report. I know that. So I tried to use the gifts that I have as a reporter and a writer and to write a story. And it's the story of my experience as a commissioner, but it is your story of the commission. And I try to take us across the country and to retell the journey of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, including those parts of it that were here in the North. We had 7 big national events, and each one had a theme, and the theme for the North was courage. And as you go through and read it, you'll see some of your names, you'll see many of your communities named, but you'll recognize the story as your own. And one of the things that is beautiful is that all the regions are unique, but as National Chief said so well this morning, but there are things that are in common and that are shared. And I think that you'll see that in this book. And so I wrote it down, hoping that it would be one more tool to help you remember and to help you feel seen and heard and respected and loved. So with your permission, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity here, National Chief and the Dene Nation Office have got copies of the book which I've signed, and those are going to be distributed to you around the table as a gift from today. But I thought if you would, I would just read you 2 very quick things. And one is to make you laugh, because we're coming to the end of the day, and I know we all did so much. We were all so well served by the laughter from last night. This has nothing to do with oranges. But it has to do with actually the courage of survivors and how people found ways to live through the toughest things. And you know all about that. And this was an example of laughter as one of the ways that people got through things. This is a story, it didn't actually come from the North, this one is Saskatchewan, but it could have come from anywhere. So I thought I would just share this one with you to say there's a lot of hard stuff in this book, but there's also a lot of lighthearted stuff, and I hope it will make it accessible for you to read. So this is a story of a very elderly woman, and she was in a room and there was a lot of anger. There's a lot of anger around residential school stuff, as you know. And the whole room was angry, and she was trying to lighten the room. So she said, I'm going to tell you a story about what happened to me. And what had happened to her is she was severely beaten in residential school to the point where she was deaf. And the story that she wanted to tell was this one, and I'll just say she told the whole story in Cree. So I'm there with my commissioner colleague, Chief Littlechild, and he, who speaks Cree, is killing himself laughing, and I'm dying to know what she's saying. So I'll just pick it up there, and this is a chapter called If Truth Be Told. Laughter erupted all around me, including from Co-Commissioner Willie. What did she say? I whispered. I'll tell you later, he managed, still laughing. As we drove back to Alberta, Willie began retelling her story, laughing so hard again that I asked him to pull over for our safety. It was a sad story, really, he said. She was talking about when she was in residential school and she got hit on the head so often and severely that it caused permanent hearing loss. So ever since she has struggled with that, but along the way, she realized that her faulty hearing could also be funny. Willie continued with an English version of the woman's story. I'll tell you something that happened recently with my daughter. One day she came to me and said, "Mom, have you seen my panties?" I was thinking, gee, my girl is all grown up. Why is she asking me about that? "Well, where did you leave them?" I asked her. "I don't know," she says. So I'm thinking, oh my goodness, what kind of girl do I have? Doesn't even know where she left them. "Well, where did you have them last?" I asked her. "I don't know." Goodness sakes, how come she doesn't know that? I'm thinking. "Well, what color are they?" "Color?" she says. "I don't know what color you call it. They're van keys." "Van keys? I thought you said panties." And then we both laugh and laugh. So you see, sometimes I can help people laugh because I don't hear too good. Her story helped us too. Willie and I laughed until it hurt, until he was finally fit to drive again. And then we talked some more about how this amazing woman had reframed such a negative residential school loss into a positive. Deafness as the gift of laughter she could give to others. Laughter as the gift of medicine for people hungry for healing. So that's that one little excerpt. And then what I just wanted to share with you is my final thing is I want to read to you the dedication that is at the front so that you'll know this is for you. This is my love letter to all of you. To the survivors of Canada's Indian residential schools, I offer this book as a written monument to honor and remember you, lest we forget. To the Dene, Inuit, and Métis peoples of the Northwest Territories, and especially the Kashagotine of Radé-Yikon Northwest Territories, you have welcomed me into your North as friend and family. To Stephen, you are my North Star. And to my children and grandchildren, including Taizé and Maslin, who are here with me today, and I think just handed you your book. I love you forever and always, and to all the children and generations to come. May you know love, family, and belonging. And if I can leave you with one thought, it is that, because we heard it so very many times, make sure that the young ones in your life know who they are and where they belong, and that they are worthy and that they are well loved. Merci, Joel, for your time.
That's a lot of homework for you guys. I'm sure you'll read.
Yeah, someone just asked me, they're all signed on this page here. I signed them all for you. If you want me to put your name or anything, I'm around till Thursday. I'll add something if you want me to.
Okay, some good news. presentation at 4 o'clock at Natural Healing, just moved to tomorrow. And our can, got scared of cheesy, and so they're not gonna do a presentation today. So that's why we brought Mary Wilson. But we also have some time. We have Stephen Caffrey, who's going to be speaking tomorrow, if he's still around. Would welcome him to come and join us. And make sure your wife don't outdo you, my friend. There's not much you can say about Stephen Caffrey, but here he is.
Thank you to the nation, the leaders, the chairs to give me time on your agenda. I said I would just need 15 minutes. In 1987, when I was leaving the Dene Nation, the chiefs gave me two things. One was the continuing mandate to finish representing all of you at the Pope's visit. The second thing was a motion from all of you that time for myself and Marie to write a history book of the Dene Nation. I think we called it at that time a contemporary history book, meaning it's of recent times. But in October that year, I ended up being elected as an MLA for the Satu, and for 16 years, I was a very busy person. But I don't forget things very often. And about 5 years ago, James Washi came to a meeting that some of us had in Yellowknife in my backyard. We wanted to talk about books, history books. And he said, for the first time, he was willing to be interviewed to talk about the 5 years that he was the president of the Indian Brotherhood. 1970 to December of 1975. He said, I don't want it to be about me. He said, I want it to be about the chiefs that appointed me. He wasn't elected, he was appointed the traditional way. The chiefs approached his mother and father, then they approached him. And they asked him if he would work to implement the vision that the old chiefs had put together. I mean, he was around 22 years old. The first Dene to be our national leader. And he put together an amazing team to implement an amazing vision. I didn't know even half of what had happened then or when it started. So for 5 years I've worked with other people to put together documents, pictures, lots of pictures, to talk about what did James do as the president. And I'll just tell you a little bit about it. But he said, I want it to be about the vision of the chiefs and the people that I picked, hired to do the job of working on it and implementing it. And only when I said, okay, I will do that, did he agree to the book. He said, I don't want it to be about me. It's just amazing man. He's never talked about the work that he's done in his lifetime. So let me just tell you that I found most of the people that worked for him at that time, and they
are giving me the version of what they said they did under the direction of Washi. So they are telling the story about the direction that the chiefs gave, that James Washi gave them, and how they did the work. It's found in the native press, for instance, the only newspaper we had dedicated to indigenous issues at that time. That was founded by Washi. The land claim landmark agreement, the caveat, that was launched by under James Washi's direction of the chiefs. That was part of what they asked him to do. And that was later championed by Chief Francois Palette. But it was James under James's direction that that legal action was crafted and implemented. Federation north of 60, they founded an organization that represented everybody north of the 60th parallel, because nobody knew what it meant to negotiate an agreement with Canada. Nobody knew how to go about that. There was no guide, there was no plan, nobody had ever done it before. So they were just young people sitting down to say, okay, how do you think we should do this? How should we do that? And it's been, I think, a really quick learning lesson, because in the late 60s, I guess, the Prime Minister of Canada at the time, Pierre Trudeau, tabled a white paper. A white paper that said they're going to wipe out the treaties. They're going to wipe out any mention of Indigenous people and their rights in Canada. That's what the white paper said. That if you ever had rights, that if you had mention of your rights anywhere, including on the treaties, we are going to do away with it. And this ignited a fire right across the country. And James was one of the leaders that took part, along with people like Dave Christine Sr. in Manitoba, Harold Cardinal in Alberta, George Manuel from BC, to start fighting for the rights that we had. And that's why the chiefs set up the Indian Brotherhood. There was a threat of a major gas pipeline to come down the Mackenzie Valley. And again, the chief said, we got to deal with that, because our people don't know anything about it. We have to get organized to do something about that. The government was saying, this land is empty. There's no houses, there's no roads, there's no people out there. The land is empty. So we set out under Washi's direction to do a land use mapping project. And we put it in front of Canada to say, it's not empty. Here are all our camps, here are our traditional trails, here's our trap lines, here's the lakes that we've named because we go to them every year. We map our life and we put it in front of Canada. So they could no longer say that land is empty. There was a bunch of papers that were released at that time that seemed to show that we were heavily influenced by Southern people, by left-wing people, by revolution. And so there was a call by Washi to have then a declaration written to say, whatever you're saying in the newspaper is wrong. And we have nothing to apologize for, because we are the Dene, we are a nation, and we have these rights, and that's what we're talking about. And James Washi, as a president, issued that declaration. And he got the Métis Association of the Northwest Territories under Rick Hardy to support that. That's where that came from. And much of this stuff I didn't know about when I started working to do the research. And so this book is now ready to be written. And I wanted to give you a report about it, but also to tell you that I need money to do the writing. It's gonna take 6 months, a year, a pretty intensive reading, researching, and writing to put all those things together and have that book ready before the end of this year, because Washi just turned 81. He just turned 81, so I wanted to make a pitch to you to say, if every chief committed to raise $1,000, that'll be 30,000. If we can get a contribution from, let's say, the Dene Nation of some portion, then we'll be close to 50,000, and that can get us started to do quite a bit of the writing. By the time we're finished, it'll probably be more like $100,000, because it means just working on it day in and day out until we have finished product. There's going to be lots and lots of pictures. We've researched all the native press copies that are available. Amos Scott went through all the papers that came back that were still in the archives. So there's been a lot of work done. I would say probably about 70% of what needs to be written has been written or is being written right now. And what we need to do is, somebody like myself and maybe Marie will help me to write the book to say, here's how everything ties together. A chapter on the Virgin Inquiry. With the front of it, people like Francois Paulette and Chief Frank Deselli, who was the face of the Virgin Inquiry at that time. We had a lot of technical things that were done by experts and scientists and that, but the Virgin Inquiry, the face of it was the Dene chiefs, and none stronger and bigger than Chief Frank Deselli from this one town. So we got the pictures, we got the quotes. That's what I wanted to make the pitch on. I know you're all wondering how you're going to raise that money. Probably the same way you raise money for hand games. Right? I know you can raise money. So I would say, let me know that you're going to, or let me know you have it. I would appreciate it, and I can get started on writing that book as soon as the money starts coming in. Because it's a lot of work. The book that I wrote a few years ago, much of it was written in years and years before. And it still took me just about 4 years to write that book. This one, it won't take as long. And if I say I could do it in a year, I guess I'd better make sure I can do it. I need the money. So I can dedicate the time to it, stay home and just write until it's done. So, if anybody wants to start out by raising their hand and saying they got $1,000 from me, I would really like that. So go ahead.
Thank you, Stephen. It's pretty good. Got George here speaking, and then Herb. National Chief. Voici. This is the last one on the agenda. A good way to end the day. Very humble to hear about James Washi, the way he spoke. He wants the chief to be recognized in the book, The Past Leaders, very humble. We remember James Washi, I hope he's listening. We were just young students when James Washi started. We followed him because he was from Dene College. We followed his leadership, some of us, and we're very proud of him. He was a Kinchong. Very humble man, James Washi. This book has to be mentioned and needs to be supported. The history in the making through the books. Imagine your children, grandchildren, when they look at the book, they will see the relatives in the book. How significant can that be for the history to be in the library in the school? It's a big piece of work. It has to be supported. I want to mention something here. It's important. We watch and follow Steve Caffrey too. He was our colleague in Dene College. All this that happened, James Washi, people like that, there's lots of them, many of them. Can't mention them all, Samantha, you name it. They were in the area of leadership then. And the one who made it happen, who will never forget, very close friend to Steve, is Father Portia. Father Portia had a lot to do with this. I'm sure Father Portia had a lot to do with today, Dene leadership as it is from the past. That's going to be a significant piece of work, and we have to support it. At this time, before we close, I want to do something special. Steve is here. We want our pictures to be taken with Steve. The ones are in the room right now, the former Dene College students are in the room. You know who you are. Please come forward and get our pictures taken with Steve. I want to do this before the closing. So, did I do that?
Herbie, you're up. Thanks again. I just wanted to comment on Steve's book, the work that he's doing. I think it's long overdue. I think the history of the Dene leadership, past leaders, is something really important, and I admire people that can actually dig into the history of our people and find out, where we're at today. Because in today's times, it's crazy stuff that's happening out there, but regardless of what's happening out there, we're still one solid group of people. We're together and doing everything we can to just climb this mountain. But at the same time, we have our own struggles. A lot of things that happens in our band offices, out in our land, out in our country. We get attacked one way or another, and we're being labeled for being racist and radicals. Young people trying to grow out of this ashes of colonialism. It's a tough slug. It's really, really tough, especially when you're trying to stand firm and trying to be a proud Dene in times like this. And when a book is being written, the history of our people is brought out and written, worked on by people like Steve Caffrey, I think it's a really honorable thing, especially past leaders like James Washi, George Erasmus, all the leaders that have led the Dene Nation during some pretty tough times. It's quite a struggle, and I think that, we need to acknowledge that. It's a real important thing. There's another part of this struggle that Steve and I had briefly talked about, and I ran into this a couple of months ago when I was in Ottawa. There was this APTN
researcher, an investigative journalist that was digging around in what's happening with the First Nations across the country. And he was able to run across some really interesting background about the leadership in this country, when First Nations chiefs, people are trying to move agendas forward. And it was right around that time when it became, an issue for the government of Canada, and of course, right across the country, where the Dene and the First Nations people were becoming militant. They're becoming very militant about the way that they would stand for their rights. You saw that with the American Indian movement in the States. You also saw the Black Panthers that were also doing everything they can to bring the people together. Right around that time, the RCMP had also launched another internal hidden campaign. What they did is they actually had a group of people that went out there, and they actually have officially done this, and it's in the records, where they went all out and they went after individual leaders. They targeted them. They took this political rifle scope, and they just basically, literally, put these scopes on the leaders' heads right across the country, wanting to find out exactly what these people were doing. And, this is really, really scary time, but these guys were, and Steve and I talked about that, there were leaders in this country, and some of you are sitting in the back here, you probably had some dealings with that, where the RCMP, in a very sleazy, slippery way, were monitoring everything that we were doing. And they were even out there monitoring band offices, boardrooms. I know for a fact from the Dene Nation when I was there as the vice president that we did locate one of these electronic bugs in our boardroom. And we tried to bring it up and they denied it. But we know that they were out there. We know that there's this one RCMP guy right during the 80s that was following every one of us. And he sat in with the leaders in these social places and was very open about it. And what was happening is that they were trying to find out exactly what First Nations were about. And it's pretty scary stuff. And, no matter what was going on, we were still able to keep together. We were doing everything we can to keep our minds together and our spirit together. And thanks to the elders that were there and the drums, that it made us that much more stronger. We were more determined to claw our way up to the top of that damn mountain and win. And we're almost there. And it's because of people like Steve and the rest of the leaders that were in the back pulling together and just trying to keep our people moving forward. I think that portion, that piece of information where we were being monitored by the RCMP, and it's in the record because when George Erasmus and we were in Ottawa, we ran across this guy that actually interviewed us. And he had come across something like, it took him about 5 years to dig this piece of information out on the Secret Service information, with the way they deal with information. He was able to get that out. And there's something about almost 4,000 pages of documents on just about probably everyone in this room here who was a leader back then. You were monitored. One way or another, you were monitored. And our names came up, and we were just blown away with that. But we did an interview with APTN, and the guy is still looking for people that had experienced, something that took place that time. Maybe RCMP took you, incarcerated you, wanted to know what your man offices were doing, or trying to get you to tell them what was going on in these meetings. There were those kinds of tactics that they were using. And today, we always ask, are these guys still around? And of course they are, but they're more secretive, they're more lurking, they're more, maybe more up to speed and, the tactics that they use, but they're still around. And so I thought that that piece of information needs to go into
Steve's work, there needs to be a chapter that's dedicated to that, that we were actually monitored. We were looked at as some pretty serious, radical bunch of people. And today, we grew out of that, and we're more diplomatic, we're very public about the way that we talk. And so I think we learned the lesson, but the enemies are still out there, and we're doing everything we can to continue to keep moving forward. It's a tough slug, Now I know how Ira Hayes feels when he was clawing his way up the mountain of Iwo Jima, and the Japanese and everybody was still shooting at him, and he still got his way up, and he clawed that murky little mountain and put the flag up and eventually won. That's where we need to go. That's who we are, and we are going to win, regardless of who is watching over us. It makes us that much more stronger. So again, I want to thank you for the work that you're doing, Steve. Again, let's give him the support that he needs, and we'll be public about our history again. Merci, Charles. Thanks.
Mr. Herbie, sounds like you're going to give up the first $1,000. Steve, sorry, Steve.
Okay, thank you, Herb. In the book there, it's going to speak about what kind of a time was it, because our young people know nothing about it. But there was a time in the 60s and 70s when the United States was scaring everybody about communism and socialism. And so the things that you could remember is, if you read the history books, in 1968, the leader of the peace black movement in the United States, Martin Luther King, was shot. He was assassinated. Nobody knows by who, but that shows you the fear that the American government had about the influence of left-wing people. Bobby Kennedy, who was the brother of President John F. Kennedy, who had been assassinated in 1964, I think it was, he was assassinated. His brother Bobby was assassinated in 1968. Because again, people in the United States, certain leaders felt he was too open to having things run in a more democratic way than they were led to. So he was shot. In May 4th of 1970, 4 students, university students, were shot, killed, and 9 others wounded by the National Guard for protesting, holding up protest signs and marching on the university campus, their own campus. The governor called in the National Guard and they opened fire on these students. 20-year-olds, 22-year-olds, 19-year-olds. They shot their own kids. So that's what we're going to build as the context for what we're doing, and what we are discovering, verified, is what the RCMP was doing to us at that same time. And they called me a couple of weeks ago and asked if I would do an interview, and I thought about it, and I thought, you know what, I don't need to be out in the public anymore. You know, I've done my share of that. But I finally went back to them and I said, if it doesn't harm me, my wife, my kids, my community, if it doesn't harm other leaders, I'll talk to them. But the book is going to talk about that.
There was a very ugly side to things, even up here, where when the Indian Brotherhood was formed by the chiefs, there was a group of white people in Yellowknife that started up the NWT White Brotherhood. They said if Dene can have money for that, they should have money to organize themselves. That was the extent of how crazy things were at that time, and through that was what Washi led us through. Very calm, very collected, and what I always remember about that time was his voice. He had a voice like a lot of the old traditional chiefs, it was very low. He had a baritone voice, not high and squeaky like most of us. And so when he spoke on CBC, a lot of us listened, we carried that. But he was calm. The American Indian movement, they had a shootout with the US government at Wounded Knee in 1973. And in the spring of 74, that summer, a group of them came up to Yellowknife, drove right up to Washi's door and said, we need help. We're tired, we need to rest, can you help us? And he took them in. Against advice from the RCMP, against advice from the commissioner, and even some priests that said, don't let them into the communities. They sent them into Gamati, to rest for a while. So these are this kind of stories that are going to come out. I don't want to tell you any more than I did, but Herbie. So we're not going to leave anything out, but anything that's critical, James doesn't want that. He said, I don't want to criticize anybody. I'm not going to talk and say any negative things about the chiefs, brotherhood, anybody. He said, I just don't talk about what I did and the people who helped me do that work. So that's going to be the way that the book will be written, and I guess you'll have to bless it before we release it. Okay?
Just closing comments by our National Chief Mackenzie. And before that, Steve, one favor. I want on that book, make sure you put my sister Phoebe Taddy on your book, okay? Let's see. Before we end, it's important, like I mentioned this morning, the great elected leaders, elders, chief, and chief of the past, how powerful they were. And not only that, there were counselors at the time. They were powerful speakers on the land. Some of them were even more powerful than the chief at the time. They were humble. Those are the people that James Washi wants to be recognized, and the young leaders that went with it. How can anybody say, like I said this morning, there is a place for Dene Nation into the future? This is what it's all about. Very piece of work is going to happen. When Steve mentioned he wanted to do a presentation, I wholeheartedly agree with it. That's a good way to start. This is very important. So, I think after we do the closing prayer, and then we want a former Dene College that's already building. We'll have a group picture with Steve with a book. Closing prayer.
must-see. After the closing prayer, we'll get to talk about the events. Sorry. Raymond? Beaver? Oh, Henry, sorry.
You know, I was with, when I was young, probably well, just a little older than this young guy, when I became a chief. And I worked with Jim for about 3 years. And James was the chief at the time of Indian Brotherhood. The things that I kind of talked about did happen. It's something that I think it's maybe not really, from what James is saying, not put in the book, but it should be mentioned. No names, but I had experience in that in a couple of the young chiefs. So it's important to say that, it's important that what was taking place for us trying to build what we are today. The people didn't like that. At that time, it was like we had to keep quiet. We had to sit in the corner and not mention anything about how we felt as Aboriginal people, how we wanted to move ahead as Aboriginal people. That's the time when James was the leader. And I'd like to commend him for that. The other thing I would like to ask Steve is that when I get back, I'm going to talk to my council and mention what we need is funding from our organization, and where we send it. Like, I think it's something that we should be able to give all the delegates here an address or something that we can actually forward the funding to you. It's a history book for not only for myself, but for my grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And I think for everybody, grandchildren. Thank you.
Steve, Captain?
Okay, thank you, Henry Beaver. What I think I would suggest we do is you can send the money to me. I'll give out my email and my cell phone number, and as the money comes in, I'll let the Dene Nation know where it comes from. And so every month, all of you will get a record of how much money, if any, we get. All right? I think that's a good way to do it, and then we'll let you know when we start writing. When we have enough money to dedicate, say, a month to it. And then 2 months, and I think we could do it in 6 months, 2 or 3 people together. So it sounds like there's going to be lots of money coming in. Thank you.
Closing the dinner is between 6:30 to 7 p.m. Starting at the school, then entertainment after that. And I would like to ask our elder Felix Lockhart to do the closing prayer.
Thank you. There's a lot to be grateful, a lot to be thankful for. Thankful that I'm able to take this opportunity just to say that our young people are very important to us. The toddlers, little babies, the ones that are growing up. you need to understand the things you were saying. People talking about self-government, self-determination, self-reliance. It all comes from our elders who are strongly connected to our Creator. None of these rights come from governments. They don't come from settlers, colonizers. Despite the fact that they've been here 150 years, not allowing us to flourish in our communities with our families, in our decisions to make rightful decisions on our rights, on our lands and resources. So there's a lot to be thankful for when we pray, when we acknowledge our Creator. Each of us can pray in our own words. There's a lot of different ways people pray in this world. One time an elder told me in a lodge not to criticize how other people pray. That really opened up my mind and my heart in realizing that we have a lot of stuff and things to forgive for the things that happened to us in residential schools. And our elders were the ones that really came to the forefront, frontline workers when we went back into our communities to help us balance out the way we were. None of us were unscathed. So that's the message I give to young people. Young people are very important, not only to let them know that it's their future that we're talking about, but give them motivation, help them with kind words, so that they can be able to carry on the stuff that our elders are saying. Very important. So we each pray in our own way, and I will do so at this time. Senok Senadai Marcy, Sensi. Your name, Mandal, and Siloke. You see the kind of Bandasi, the fight, the Natsa, the Dianatsa, the Navanatsa. Udu Wasi, Senadai, the chain of Oni, and I say, and yet I see them go down, yes, the pot. These in what here, down the sea to the last CC was to meet us. The train is on to seek you, a shower it down, but we need to wait till and yet I see. No need a sea notes and dry. Mercy in the sense of notes and dry. I will see her. I also was able to read a better. You find us in mercy, it's on mercy, it's a dry. Mercy too.
When the college here comes to George for one of the pictures, make sure 8 o'clock breakfast, 9 o'clock meeting starts. Don't forget the feast.